And there it is. 3:30 on the dot. Sometimes we go a little earlier. Sometimes we go a little later on Thursday. I like 3:30. It feels real comfortable. A good spot.
Yeah. It's a good time.
It's a good time. So I am on the Noob versus Pro account. Man, I had a crazy CVC this week. So, first of all, in our Noob versus Pro battle, we were going for all 4 rings. We were trying to get all 4 rings. And we were close. We were at there, and then we weren't, then we were down to 3, then we were back to 4, then we were back to 3. And I also wanted the full personal rewards. I wanted all of the personal rewards, even though I'm only tier 1. And so with like 3 minutes left, I had 92,000 points. I needed 8,000 for, the full personal rewards to get the epic tome and all that. Plus, we were still right on the border of maybe not getting all 4 rings. Now, the 4th ring, honestly, was like the least exciting. It was another, it wasn't a blood shield ring. It was the other one, whatever that is, reflex or whatever it's called. But it's just,
your guys' fight wasn't even close.
Yeah. And I wanted the personal reward. So I'm trying to push this. I mean, minutes left. I stayed up till 4 in the morning to do this, So minutes left. I hadn't had any time all weekend. We had friends in from out of town. It was New Year's. There's all this stuff going on. Trying to get everything done with the Noob versus Pro. Like, life is crazy right now. But so, I'm pushing. I'm minutes to go. I'm trying to do this. In the meantime, on my main account, we were in a battle back and forth. We were behind. We were ahead for like the first day and a half. And then they pulled ahead and they were 300,000 ahead. And over there, I think our totals were a bit higher. So I don't know exactly how many millions we were in, but I think it was like 3.7 or something. And I have a lot of resources over there. So I was like, okay, I got to make a call. Am I going to do a push? Am I going to do a hard push? I had about 100,000 points. And I was like, I'm going to make a hard push and see if I can get, as much as I can. So I fully booked Yakarl. So full legendary, like 11 legendary tomes or whatever. I booked like 2 epic champions. I don't even know who I booked. I had like 100 epic tomes. So I just threw books into 2 champions. I summoned one of my fragment champions, Gomlock, or what? I don't even know what he does. I don't even know what this guy does. He's a Doom Tower champion. This guy. So this is the wrong account, but this is the guy I summoned. So let's see if he's any good. We'll check him out in just a sec. So I summoned him. I spent like 20 minutes just pulling as many like forged 10 pulls as I could in resilience. I just kept doing that. And then I would go and sell them and just do it again and sell them, do it again. I did like 30 or 40,000 points that way. And with seconds to go, I pulled Gomlock and I forget what I did. I like leveled somebody to 5 stars or something. Promoted somebody to 5 stars. And we jumped ahead. And there was I went to check the score and there were 10 seconds left. And we were ahead by like 3,000 points. Out of 3.5 million points or more, we were ahead by like 1,000 points. And so I was like, holy cow, I've got to go do something. There's only, it's counting down 10, 9, 8. I'm like rushing, like, what can I do? What can I do? I didn't even know what to do. So I try to get into the forge and do another 10 pull. I switch back after I do my 10 pull. And we're down by 30,000 points. Like the timer's done. The timer is off and we've lost by 30,000 points. And as I'm watching the bar, we get 35,000 points. Like the points were still, how the points are slightly delayed?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And so then all of a sudden we're ahead by like 5,000 points. And then I'm just waiting and I'm like, what's going to happen? Are they going to get more points? And then the thing popped up and it said CVC finished. And I was like, yeah, I was screaming. In the meantime, I was still flipping back. Like I was playing on my phone and on my computer. I was flipping back and forth. And I look over at our other CVC with Noob versus Pro. And we'd gotten all 4 rings. And I was like, yeah. And it's like 4 a.m. I've got people sleeping over my house. You know, my wife is asleep. Everybody's asleep. And I'm trying to like not to scream. And I'm like, yeah. You know, so I was just so pumped. I've never had a more exciting finish in CVC, and it was like down to the wire on. But like, granted, the Noob versus Pro clan, we crushed. Like we were winning it, but I wanted that 4th ring, you know, and I also wanted my 100,000 points. So I got my 100,000 points. I got my personal rewards. We got the 4 rings. My other clan won. Like after, it was like a buzzer beater after the fact, you know, like the clock had run out and the shot was still in the air. And we hit a half court shot and won with seconds left. Not even seconds left after the clock was done. I was so pumped. And then of course it was 4 a.m. I'm like, I gotta go to sleep. And I've got all this adrenaline coursing through my veins. So it was crazy. It was fun. It was really fun.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. How do you guys do in your CVC?
Yeah, we won. We had a pretty healthy lead. By the time I went to bed last night, I think we were up like 500,000.
Okay.
But it was neck and neck for a good long while. I mean, both teams were over 3 million plus points. But I think our progress was just more consistent, and they finally gave up. You know, towards the end of the second day. They saw we weren't slowing down, and so they kind of just gave it up. But yeah, it was a good hard fought battle. Really quickly before we get too far into it, because I did notice it, you want to change your thumbnail. Tell them to take over Tuesdays.
Okay.
I'll post it everywhere. But yeah, no, that was a good battle. I think. I mean, I hit my personal rewards. It's the first time I hit over 200K. So I did some pretty good work there. I was pretty proud of myself.
Nice. Yeah, that's a lot of points.
Yeah. I
mean,
probably like 50K of that was just running Spider. The Spider tournament is done.
In the last 4 hours of CVC, I probably dumped in a total of 300,000 points between my 2 accounts in 4 hours. It was like I've never gone so hard at the end of a CVC before. And I had more points to go on my main. Like I could have done more. I couldn't have done much more on my Noob versus Pro. Literally, I forged, I promoted champions. I did like all the things that I could do. I even ran potion keeps because they were double points, you know, so like I did everything I could in the last 4 hours, got my 100,000 points. Like, I got a legendary tome along the way and I threw that into Wukong. So now into Georgia. He's fully booked. So it was like every point I could get. And I think I ended up with just over 100,000 points. Let's check. Gomlock looks interesting, by the way. Where am I? Yeah, 101,519 points, which feels very respectable to me. I'm in the middle of our clan. Actually, I guess I'm towards the bottom. Not towards the bottom, but we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 empty spots there. 5 people who didn't contribute, or 3 empty spots and 2 people who didn't contribute. We might have had somebody leave the clan right after. Neo's, of course, crushing it as always. We've got 3 people over 300K. Silence is there, Dragon. And
Tonkin,
then
my clan, absolutely wrecked.
Yeah.
He did over 50K points.
Yeah, that's where Neo's at 447. Neo won us single-handedly won us a CVC earlier this year. I don't think it was last one. I think it might have been the one before. And if I remember correctly, he cleared like at least 1 million points on his own. So sometimes you have that happen, you know, and obviously we have a number of free to play players. I think if you're pulling down, 100 to 200K as a free to play champion, I keep saying that as a free to play player, if you're pulling 100K to 200K consistently, you're working pretty hard at it. Like you're doing the things that you need to do to be good at CVC. You're occasionally, especially once your account gets a little bit older, you're occasionally going to be able to pull down 300K, but you can't do that every week. I think my highest number ever was 400K. And I've hit 300 or higher, maybe like 4 times as total. And my typical performance is usually around 150,000, 160,000, something like that. So I'm not a big CVC guy in the sense that like I don't focus the whole time. I try to just play the game for the first day or so. I do save up. One of the things I forgot. I do save up my Great Hall stuff. I didn't have anything on the NOOB versus Pro, but I think on my main I did. I didn't even use that. I could have used it at the last 10 seconds. I could have found another like 6,000 or 7,000 points. But I do save up my Great Hall. I do save up my booking. Like I book my champions during CVC. I'll also sometimes hold like upgrading artifacts because you can get a lot of points there. And I always hold fragment champions. So those are 4 things that I do consistently hold for CVC. In this CVC, on both accounts, I pulled 20 ancient shards. Like I pulled them on my free to play account too. My NOOB versus Pro account, which I don't normally do, but I pulled 20 ancient shards, 22 or 23, I think. And I actually hit on an epic. Let me see. I did hit on a couple of epics, actually, I think. I hit on 2 epics. Yeah, so I hit on Occult Brawler and Kinagashi, both of whom are respectable epic. I'm kind of excited about Kinagashi. Occult Brawler is more of a clan boss damage dealer, and he can be very good as well. But I'm not sure if I'm going to use him or not. But I need Ogrins. I have no Ogrins. So now I've got at least a couple of Ogrins starting to flesh out the roster here with Skull Crusher and Occult Brawler. And then on my main account, I didn't hit anything. But sometimes you just need those points. And it's like, what resources do I have left? And you're like, well, I've got ancient shards. Ancient shards aren't particularly important on my main account. They're more important here, but I bought a pack with gems, and I still have I have 6,500 gems basically. So I bought 1 pack with gems, and then I just did 2 10 pulls. So I pulled 9 shards really, like 9 shards that I had collected. So it wasn't too bad. Yeah, but man, CVC was intense. Let's go say hello to everybody. We got Great Dane in the house. MZ, good to see you. I did not go for the Christmas fusion, so I hope this month's hero is a good one. Me too. Son, congrats on winning the NOOB versus Pro series. He did great. He crushed. It was fantastic. So yeah. After doing our video, I was thinking about this a little bit. I'm like, I'm really right there with you on faction crypts. Like, even though you've got a lot more stars than I do, like I'm still doing quite well there. I'm with you on dungeons. And I think I'm going to be with you on PvP. I'm still in gold 4 right now because I haven't been playing because I was focused on the CVC. But I'm going to get to gold 5, and I'm right there with you on Doom Tower. So I think the biggest issues are clan boss, Hydra, and then just like the number of 60s that you have, just straight up the number of 60s you have. So, in retrospect, I was thinking about the video afterwards. I'm like, it wasn't really as much of a crushing, like it was still significant, but it wasn't as bad as I kind of originally thought it was. I'm like, yeah, it's right there. It's not that bad. But maybe that's just me trying to make myself feel better.
Maybe. Still.
Yeah, but so I wanted to jump into Arena and Live Arena today. Oh, let me get back to chat though, just to say hello. Mr. T2 Sugars, I reached 250K without effort as free to play. Okay. So you're clearly, I mean, you say without effort, but I think you've got to be focused on it to hit that mark, right? Because without effort, you wouldn't hit 250K. So it probably feels like it's not that much because you're not straining. Do you know what I mean? You're just focused. But 250K is still significant on a free-to-play account, I think. Joshua Lynch says, let's go. I started a new account for 2024. Monkey King code was used. I would still suggest superpowers, I think. I'm definitely leaning towards Monkey King. And if we do, it's good to know it's active. The code is active. If we do the HH challenge, Joshua, then we're going to be starting, I think it's a week from tomorrow. I think they're going for Friday the 12th as a starting date. So you're going to want to watch Hell Hades channel and see. We're going to try to organize something here, I think. I'm still not 100% on it. I got to figure out what the heck to do. Because as soon as I start playing that, NOOB versus Pro account is way back burner. But I still want to do the January Fusion. So I don't know, if the January Fusion is good, playing 3 accounts is like insane to me. I can't do that right now. So I've got to figure out what to do. I've got to figure out what to do personally. We may still organize teams in the community, even if I don't do the HH challenge. So we'll have to see. Colred, yeah, it was a crushing defeat, says Steven. Yeah, okay, thanks. Copium, is that how you spell it, says Tonk? They are doing no Legos though, right? Yeah, they're doing the login reward Lego. So that's the only Lego. Hey, Bryce. Tonk says, this CVC was my first time going over 380K. I'm not free to play, but I also didn't spend anything since Christmas. Okay. 380K is nice. All right, so let's see. You can see I'm gold 4 here. Let's see if we can get some good wins. Now, one of the interesting things about this is I can't really quite take on the Arbiter teams yet. Every once in a while. No, that was brutal, huh? Wukong at 60, followed up by Georgia, is like just a power combo. But if I lose the speed race, that's the thing, right? Let's just put this on auto and see how it does here. Yeah, Georgia hit so friggin' hard. Nice, easy one-man defense. Thank you very much. Ooh, that's a tanky Arbiter. This will be an interesting challenge here. Let's take this one on. See if we can get through this Duchess. Nope. We are in trouble. Huh. Oh, so close. Look at that. The swift parry coming through. Saving my bacon. And he just crushed Deliana. Wow. He hits very hard. Very, very hard. Let's take on this other Duchess team here. This is Duchess and UDK. So we're just checking out the power of Georgia right now. I mean, obviously, it's not just Georgia. It's a team that's set up to take advantage of him. But, this is a challenge right here. So we have to hit UDK. Now she's going to bring everybody back, and that's where it's going to get a little bit wonky. I don't think Wukong has enough there with the UDK up, so... Got the extra turn, though. Ah, the Veil. I think we're fast enough, though. We're going to get back around. That Seeker is too slow. Yep, there we go. Boom. I'm telling you, in Arena, I think Wukong is such a good setup nuker. Like, you've made him your main nuker, son, and that makes sense because he hits so freaking hard. But, like, if you build him for that buff strip, if you get enough accuracy on him and just go that route, he just makes other nukers better, which is also really cool. Let's see. This one is probably... I'm probably going to lose this one. We're going to lose the speed race here. Let's just check. Yeah, okay. So that's what I was wondering. I was wondering if our Swift Parry was going to be enough for us to still win this. Oh, she removed the Swift Parry before he got to go. That's too bad. Okay. Let's jump over to Live Arena. Let's see how we can do over there. So this has been interesting in Live Arena now. I've been just doing this a little bit, not very much since I got Georgia'd. So I did it like, I don't know, I fought maybe like 8 battles or something. But having that Georgia'd there really gives me 3 nukers. So I don't have a ton of options here. Right? Like I can't really, I don't have a ton of 60s, and most of them aren't really arena worthy, you know. So if you're looking at my roster, it's like, you know, am I going to bring in Artak? Am I going to bring in, you know, Taragi the Frog? It's like, probably not. I'm not going to bring in Frozen Banshee. I have brought in Cold Heart from time to time. I've also brought in Rock of Viletide here at 50 before. But so what we do is we just open with our starter champion, and let's go with the second nuker. We'll go with Georgia. So those are our 2 nukers. Now, this is a level 73 that's got Mithrala. So either a very good player or a spender. And based on this roster, it looks like probably a spender. All right, so now we're going to bring in our 2 turn meter fillers. Runekeeper Dazzler there. And now at the end, we're going to bring in our Wukong, who is our second speed aura. So we're guaranteed to get a speed aura, and we're guaranteed to have 2 nukers, and we're guaranteed to have at least 1 turn meter filler. So the question is, who do they ban? Now, Lady Kimmy is their speed, so is Mashalad. I mean, Calvalax has a speed aura as well. But Lady Kimmy is their fastest champion. So if we ban her and they don't ban Runekeeper Dazzler, yeah, we're going to probably win the speed race now. And the question comes down to, can we kill Mashalad? And can we go before Mithrala goes? Because if Mithrala gets her Hex out on us, it's going to be problematic. All right, so we're going to ignore the poisons. We're not going to cleanse them. We want that turn meter fill. We want to nuke out this team. So let's go ahead and nuke down Mashalad. And then nuke everybody else. And then here we go on Brogni. It's a nasty combo. It's basically a 3 nuker combo. You know, and they're all attack-based champions, and I've got the increased attack and turn meter from Runekeeper Dazzler. I didn't use it. I did use it this time. I didn't use the cleanse. So, you know, here we've got somebody who's 12 levels above me, and look at all those legendaries, including Mithrala. You know, and this team knocks them down. Now, granted, if they'd gotten rid of my Wukong, it might have been a little bit trickier. Although Deacon would have had to drop defense. Second turn meter fill. But, you know, picking the person to ban is important there. You've been seeing Stone Skin Arbiters. Is that a thing? I haven't seen it too often, no. All right, we're going to do the same opening. Don't really need to change it up too much. Here's an arbiter, so depends how much speed they have on this team. It's a level 100 account, so. James Morton says, I just made it to Plat in an arena while getting my first Great Hall to level 7. Feels as though I should have stayed lower. Getting to Plat is impressive. Staying in Plat is really impressive. The question is, you know, at the end of the day or at the end of the week, can you be in Plat? And I've been in Plat before. It's been like a year. I haven't tried in a year. But you can get to Plat. And then, you know, can you stay in it? Can you get the Plat rewards? That's a whole different animal. But good luck. Good luck. All right, so now we've got 2 speed champions, but we only have 1 speed aura. Lady Kimmy's aura is, you can see here, it's Doom Tower battles. So we're going to get rid of Arbiter. It's going to give us at least a speed aura. But this is a better ban, I think. Banning Wukong is a better ban, especially with Krisk, right? So Krisk is going to give the shield, and we can't strip the shield. We can ignore the shield, though. Oh, Lady Kimmy's still too fast. And the provoke lands, so this is a loss. There we go. Yeah. Not much you can do. You know, level 100 account. Like, person's been playing for like, I don't know, at least a year. You know, probably a year and a half. Or more. I mean, it took me almost 2.5 years to hit level 100 as a free-to-play player. So, when I've got 6 champions. I got 6 champions I can bring into Arena. That's what I've got. They're good 6 champions. They're fun. Joshua Lynch, you don't know how to get your main back on track? You should come hang out in the Discord and talk about it. Post your roster, ask some questions. We'll get you back on track. Yeah, don't forget to like the stream, please. Freaky Gamer, thanks for the reminder. Oh, no, Matt, it's Matt. Matt Turcado, thanks for the reminder, Matt. Going second every time here. Gregory, just finished normal campaign. Would you recommend focusing on getting Kale to 5-star now? Because he's currently 40 and I feel I am wasting experience. Thanks in advance. Absolutely. Your first goal should be getting your first 6-star champion. Follow the Arbiter missions. Okay, so the missions down at the bottom, go on the missions, follow those as much as possible. Anytime you're not doing something specifically for the missions, you should be getting food for Kale to get him to 6 stars. And you may want to plan out, you know, that stuff. I have some good early game videos. They are older, so the pace is a little bit slower. They're longer videos, but that'll give you some good information. Yeah, if you can get to Brutal 12-3. So Brutal Campaign, Chapter 12, Stage 3. That's where you want to farm experience. All right, so this is an interesting team. Let's get rid of the UDK. We don't want the UDK. I'm almost tempted to go Runekeeper Dazdurk in the lead here because I think speed-wise, we're not going to have any trouble. But with speed, you can lap sometimes. Increase attack. The additional, it's 25% attack. So not nothing. I'm going to stick with the speed. Yeah, so we might be able to lap these guys based on the speed. Now, they do have shields. The question becomes, can we kill any single target? Yep, we're going to lose. That's a surprise. Yeah, I misplayed. But the Wukong ban was huge. What I should have probably done there is not killed Hakorn. I should have probably killed Ninja. Right? Because the Ninja freeze. Like, if I was going to take somebody off the board, kill Ninja, make them revive him. Like, at least you'd have an extra turn there. I wouldn't have gotten frozen. That was a misplay. If I had been able to kill Hakorn, like, obviously, if I'd hit hard enough, you know, and that's where the RNG of Georgid, sorry, I was calling him Gregorian, where Georgid comes in, because I don't, like, if he had rolled the right way, he probably would have erased Hakorn off the board, and then it would have been a win. So it was a little bit more of a gamble that way. I definitely could have killed Ninja. I have not had an opportunity to go first yet. This is what, my 4th or 5th fight? And I have not gone first yet. Level 73 account. It's got Arbiter. Ooh, it's got Kymar too. Simple ban there. You always ban the Arbiter. You know, the Kymar is a headache, but the Arbiter is the turn meter. Now, this is funny because everybody bans my Deacon. But actually, my Runekeeper is the faster champion. So this usually doesn't stop me from winning the speed race. So this should be a win. Oh, not fast enough, though. So maybe not. I need more resistance on Runekeeper. It's weird having him as my fastest champion and also my cleanser is problematic. Yeah, I was just that slow. You know, the funny thing is, I think... never mind. I was going to say, I can actually make my Wukong and my Georgid faster. Georgid hasn't been glyphed all the way. I don't know if Wukong has been glyphed all the way either. But I think I can make them both faster. Now, going... Oh! Hey, Piper. Okay. This might be a bot. Did I lose 3 in a row? I don't think I did I? Might have lost 3 in a row. Anybody remember? Did I lose 3 in a row? Yeah, Steven. I should have probably killed that ninja. $30-second pick. Yep, looking like a bot. Let's see if it picks at 30 seconds again. Yep, 37. Usually picks in there. This is a bot. I'm pretty sure it's a bot. And if it bans Athel, it's absolutely a bot. No, maybe not. Yeah, there's the bot ban. Nobody bans Athel. Hey, Papa, you came in here. You wanted to hang out. Now you're at the door, and I'm live streaming. You gotta chill. There's nothing going on. It's probably the mailman. All right, so that was 5. Let's keep going. Wait a second. I gotta remember to do this. Because when you're playing live arena, you just get so focused, but like I'm wasting resets, you know, free resets here. And I want to get my gold 5 for this week. So still gotta play my main account too. The main account right here. I like these one-man defenses. Thank you very much. There you go. Good girl. And now let's see if there's somebody we can pick off as well as the one-man defenses. This one down here at 134K looks potentially feasible. We'll take a shot. Nope. And it's speed tuned and it's Foley, so we're dead. Oh, maybe not. We're not going to kill everybody, are we? We didn't kill anybody. It's like, that would be crazy. But okay, so that's good. Up here, do we have tokens? 12 minutes and 23 minutes. So got 15. I'm going to lose them. Can I do? I mean, I got 13 minutes. I'm going to lose some of those tokens, I think. Why would anybody bot this? It's Plarium. Plarium bots Live Arena. If you lose 3 matches in a row, you get a bot. And it's basically a guaranteed win. So your win rate should never drop below 25%. Right? Because you should always win at least 1 out of every 4. Lose 3, win 1. Lose 3, win 1. That's the way that they set it up. So, you know, it's just a way to make it a little bit more friendly so that you can at least grind some rewards. Here's the question. Who do we ban here? I think we go with Gorgrab. He's the only turn meter fill. Giving up a little bit on the speed aura, but not much. And there's the shield. Question is, can we kill this Mashalid? Yes, we can. We could knock everybody down. There we go. Oh, let's get some 2 3-star chickens. Rank 3 chickens. Steven says, I will, it will always ban the lead. Yeah. OG Stamp, good to see you. Darcy, welcome to the community. Mashalid is a nightmare to play against, and I just pulled him on my main. If you remember in that video, I got the Corvus, and then I got the Mashalid as like my follow-up champion, which normally would have been a super exciting pull to me. I mean, it was an exciting pull, but it would have been even more exciting had I not just pulled Corvus. So it's like I was so high from pulling Corvus, and then I pulled Mashalid. I was like, I didn't have any emotional space to go to. Do you know what I mean? I was kind of like, what do I do now? Just like, that's really good. That's really good. Yeah, I almost booked him, actually. I almost booked Mashalid. I chose to book Yakarl instead. Oh, I finally went first. Let's see. Whatever. Let's do this. No. Let's do this. Yeah, so it was like, I do want to build him. There are potential speed tunes for him in Clan Boss. His A1 does crazy damage when he spreads it. Like it's one shot my teams before. He just hits really hard too. I always forget how hard he hits. Steven says Corvus in my one key Ultra Nightmare team. That buff extension poison sensitivity is a beast. Yeah, it's very good. If you have a poison team, he is like as your secondary poisoner, because he's really not the main poisoner on a team, although he does well with the debuff extension. But he also activates, doesn't he? Does he activate? I think he activates. So like you need a second poisoner, or you need, somebody in a toxic set or something. But he makes all your debuffs go, which is great. Extends those buffs. All right, this is a fairly tanky team. Who do you run, Steven? Who are the other champions in your team? Victor got my Mashalid fully booked. He helped me a lot when I was going from mid to late game. Yeah, I could see that. What did I miss, Joshua? I missed something. So used to be with Teo, but now it's Newt, Python, Krisk, and Helicath. So is it a Helicath like 2/3 unkillable? That's kind of what I run. And then you run the Krisk and the Corvus for the stuns. I'm sorry, yeah. Run that. Look how hard he hits that sheep. He almost one-shot that sheep. He just crushes tanks. Krisk for Suns, yeah. I'm not currently watching my Discord, Joshua, if that's what you're talking about. If you send me a message in Discord, I don't get it till after the stream. Oh, by the way, let's do something here. Supreme Elhane, I was talking about her recently. 5-star blessing. That's tricky. Well, what's that all about? Joshua Lynch, welcome to Bannerlord. All right, congratulations. Welcome to the team. Bannerlord is fantastic. New member. That's always exciting. That's awesome, Joshua. All right, so what do we do here? We do the same thing we did. We pick the same five champions. I don't know. The only one I would potentially throw in there is Stagnite, maybe Cold Heart, maybe like it, but it's just, it doesn't make a lot of sense. You just posted in the general roster. Okay.
After this live arena fight, let's do the 2-second quick troubleshooting because I think your notifications are coming through twice. Like you have two audio sources with them.
Okay. Arbiter's got to go. Yeah, Arbiter's got to go. Got rid of my Georgiad, which makes sense. That's actually a pretty good call. Although leaving Wukong is kind of interesting. So this is a tricky fight for me. I'm not sure. I mean, I feel pretty good about the... Can we steal that? No, we can't. Okay. So we got to keep our AoE up. So she's going to revive everybody. Question is, are we going to get back around? I think we get back around before she does. So the question is, can we nuke? Why did Turvold go? Damn it. Why are they going? My Athel should have gone. There must be some kind of mechanic there. All right. Well, whoops. So you think I have some kind of technical issue here?
Just with your notifications. For some reason, they're coming through twice, I'm pretty sure. Give me 2 seconds and we'll test it.
It's possible. It's possible that it's coming through my headphones just because they're close to the microphone, or it's possible that maybe we're hearing yours because I only have it up once.
No, it's definitely coming through the stream because I replayed the audio on your stream to get it. That's where I heard it. Here, I'm just going to test it.
Joshua said, actually, Sun crushed you in Noob versus Pro. Let him give me roster advice in Discord.
Bottom coach.
Okay. You asked for it. He's your man.
All right, we're going to run a quick test here.
Born too late to explore the earth. Born too early to explore the universe. Born perfectly to explore dank memes.
All right. Let me do this. Try again.
Yeah, it's definitely doubled up.
Try it again. Do another test.
Howdy, my name is Bill.
All good?
Got it. But what was it?
I've got two different audio sources. It's coming through my desktop audio and through its own audio, and I don't know why, because when we originally set it up, that didn't happen.
There you go. That'll do it. All right, cool. Then it's fixed.
Ish.
Well,
at least it won't happen again.
It's working for now. The band, The duct tape has been applied.
Right. Can fix everything using bubblegum string and a paperclip. This guy is going reviver, healer, tankiness with Phoenix. Okay, so the question becomes, I mean, I just have to ban Phoenix, right? Like, we just got to work around it. We got to deal with all that. And the bad news is, yeah, they're going to ban Georgia. This is going to be interesting. If I can get around, so they only have 2 revivers. I mean, Wither is huge. Cleanse, continuous heals, increased defense, all that stuff. Let's see if we get the buff strip here. That'll help. We did not. Okay, so are you going to revive? You are going to revive. I think that's a mistake. We shall see. Might not matter. Now we get the heals, and yeah. This is going to take a while. Need Rocket to lose her buff. There we go. We'll cleanse everybody. Get our own heals. Joshua Lynch super chatted. All right. Thank you, Joshua. I appreciate that. That was a real test. $1 whole. There we go. Tonk, what was that? I tried to match up with Cole the whole time, but I can't time it right. What can't we time right?
I think they're trying to match up with you in live arena.
Oh. Gotcha. All right, so now we got to wait for this cycle of buffs to come down, but it looks like some of them are extended. So the good news is they have no damage. The bad news is I don't know if it's going to matter. I'm tempted to use the sheep somewhere, but I kind of want to wait for the buffs to come down and then use the sheep so they can't get the buffs back up. All right, so now hopefully we can land some debuffs here. We got 3 debuffs, that's good. Let's kill Rocket, because she's the AoE, oh yeah. But she's the AoE reviver. See if we can get her. Big heal here. Get rid of him. And increase defense. See if we can get Raka. We might have enough. It's going to take a little while, but we might have enough. It's the block debuffs that's really rough. They don't have enough to kill me, so it's just me cracking the code. My deacon dies, though, then I'm done. I need to land a stun on somebody. All right, so let's do that. He's gonna, yeah. I need to come around on Deacon. Come on. All right, so this is the question. If I use the buff strip now, we're going to get the... We're going to get the perfect veil in just a second. There we go. Now we're going to get the... No, she held the perfect veil. Okay. Let's kill... No, we didn't kill him at all. Ooh. That's our heal, but it's not that big anymore. We're getting close to dead. There's the perfect veil. Okay, but we did not get the perfect veil on. That was still a lot of damage mitigation, a little bit more than I expected, to be honest. There's the stun. I don't know why sometimes he takes no damage and other times he takes a ton of damage. Trying to figure that out. If anybody has an idea. Killer. Oh, so close. Question, is she going to revive him or not? They're going for that Deacon kill, which is a good call. Revive or kill Deacon? Kill Deacon. That might be my opening. I needed the decreased defense from Deacon, unfortunately. Here's the revive. And the cleanse. Yeah, that's it. You know, the funny thing is, I actually took a little bit of survivability off of Deacon just recently to make him faster. He lost like 3k HP. That would have made a difference there. It was a good battle. That was a good battle. Yeah, I wasn't using the A3 very often. The A3 is an extra turn, which sometimes helps in terms of getting the nuke out, but it's not a good buff. It's just an extra turn mechanic. That's all it is. All it does is reduce the cooldown of the A2. I think the Georgian ban was a good ban there, right? Like that worked out. You know, the funny thing is I was thinking about banning Raka you know, as opposed to Phoenix. Maybe I should have banned, you know, one of the revivers or ban UDK and just try to nuke them out. Might have worked better. Hindsight, you know. One of the things I like about regular arena, classic arena, is you can go in there and do the same fights. You know, like if you lose, you can go in there and solve it, which is kind of fun, especially since you get information from the first, you know, version of the fight. But you can't do that in live arena. Like, I'd love to play that guy back to back. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes you get the same person back to back to back. But yeah, I had an interesting trilogy against a player last time. He beat me on the first one. I beat him on the second one, and then the third one, it was actually really close. All right, so he's going to revive the Gorgorab. No, he's not, because he's playing on auto. Okay. Now let's go check regular arena. Can take this one on. That's true. The defense up on the A3. If she's under 50% health. Take on this one. This is a big power gap. What's that? 85K. See if we can make this work. Got to hit everybody. Just let UDK play it out. When you find your UDK solution, it's so satisfying. I mean, on my main, it's Cardiel. You know, actually, any ally attacker would work, but for me, it's Cardiel. Is this UDK going to take my whole team down, you think? I have to worry about him? Doesn't look like it. This one could be a problem, but maybe I'm fast enough. Let's see. I am fast enough. We got a Pythion. So let's go ahead and do this. And we can just so now the revive is down. Oh, that fear could be enough. Oh, got lucky. All right, this will be done soon. Those fears both worked. There we go. Still pushing, still a ways to go. 374K here on this Duchess Rotos and Tormund with the 6-star blessing. No, I'm not walking into that team, that's for sure. This guy's kind of interesting at 210K. Let's try that one out. Rotos is just problematic. But I'm hoping that my Wukong can do enough damage to get him below 50%. No, it can't. Okay, so let's go ahead and, well, let's kill UDK. we've got our unkillable buff, which is nice. I'll turn meter decrease there. It should be nice and easy. That evil eye or whatever that mastery is that reduces turn meter is so powerful in arena on those A1s. All right, so that's, let's see if did we miss our, I think we did. We missed that stack of tokens. Oh, well. All right, let's use up a little energy here. Grinding up my my new epics. Okay, so if they have UDK or any Stone Skin, Georgia instant ban. Yeah, they've got to ban him. I mean, some people may not know, right? But that's the way it is. Big Pop says, I don't even like live arena when I win. Yeah, I mean, I like live arena. I like arena in general. I don't like being forced to grind it every day, especially when it takes so long. But periodically, I find it very fun, especially as a breakup from like the grindy PvE. Steven says, your Georgian smacks for the account level progress. It's impressive. Yeah, he hits really hard. He's such a great champion. And to be honest, he's built pretty well. He's not built quite as well as I would have on my main account, but he's built better than I thought I would be able to build him. I'll show him to you in just a second. I just want to run off some energy here so that I'm not bumping into my energy cap. Neo, hey, Cole, I just finished my live arena sets. 6 out of 10. Congratulations. Chill day overall, just running Minotaur constantly on stuff I leveled last weekend and during CVC. Today is a great day to do Minotaur. I mean, Minotaur during CVC is good too. But it is nice to do now when you're like in between stuff and there's not much to do. By the way, this is kind of funny. This is my NOOB versus Pro account, and you can see I was leveling up Wukong here. And I was leveling up Wukong like as a food champion, like or you know, just a normal leveler, because he was already maxed on scrolls. He maxed out on scrolls at like level 52 or something. So I still had 8 levels, and I was running him in Minotaur just to get the extra XP while I put scrolls on other people. But then I was just like, I should just run him up. So I was just running him here with my Athel as my farmer. And then I realized I was clearing it in like 9 seconds. And I'm like, why am I clearing it in 9 seconds? And it's because Wukong was actually clearing it. So then I just made Wukong. I was like, why do I need Athel? I just pulled her out. And so you can actually see, like, you know, he clears wave 1. Here he clears wave 2. Now you have to reset. He does 1 attack there. And then it's 8 seconds. And if I put in my Athel, I'll show you my Athel's time. By the way, that's the best of it. Like, that's the best outcome for him. He doesn't always get that. Now, granted, I don't always have, my allies don't always go, so this is actually going to be pretty slow. But Wukong did just clear it in 8 seconds. 24 seconds. It's such a night and day difference. Such a night and day difference. Let's just try that one more time. Put her back in there. So nuke 1's always 100%. Nuke 2's always 100%. So then there's this, right? You don't always get the... So that's what he does usually. Get that double hit. Now you got to wait for them. And then he does that. That's 16. And that's the slow version. So the fast version is 8 seconds. The slow version is 16 seconds. Athel, the fast version is 16 seconds. And the slow version is like 23 or 24 or whatever it is. So, you know, shaves 50% off at least. It's kind of crazy how much better that feels. But yeah, so let me show you my Georgian. So here are the stats. 3.13k attack. 217 speed, only 99% crit rate, 216% crit damage. Pretty solid. Not bad. He is full mastery. He has Helm Smasher, right? So here's the thing. If I miss the crit and I miss the Helm Smasher, like he can tickle. It can be like he's not hitting that hard at all. He is in Swift Parry, but as you can see, he's not fully glyphed. So I can still get more speed there. I think I can get some more accuracy. He doesn't need accuracy. Yeah. I think I can get speed here and attack there. So I can still hit harder. I can still run this up a little bit and glyph out that attack. So I'll probably end up with, 3,300 attack or something like that. And I could probably get him from 217 up to say like 225, maybe 230 in terms of speed. The issue is I need Wukong to run faster. So right now Wukong's running at 224 and Georgia's running at 217. And I can get Wukong faster, I think, but I just have to use bigger glyphs. Is that what it is? Yeah, so I have +2s basically everywhere, +3, +3, +2. So if I wanted to use bigger glyphs, I could get him faster. Or what I would like to do is try to find something better than this resistance banner. But the problem is the resistance banner has 16 speed on it. And so if I find like an attack banner or something like that, it's not going to have that much speed. So I think that was the problem. Because really, you want him in attack or you want him in accuracy. Right, so this is the only one. This is an attack based with speed. But even if I double rolled into speed, it's not going to be this fast. It's not going to be 16 speed. And I guess it could be. And this is a revenge banner. So, I've got him in 3 revenge pieces. So we'll have to see. Long-term goals, right? Long-term goals. He is at 100% crit rate. Let's see if we can't find him. Maybe there's a piece that we can improve somewhere. Wouldn't mind more crit damage. I mean, I don't think I'm going to be able to rebuild him at all, but this is a piece. This is a piece that could potentially get replaced. So really the helmet's the only one. Let's see if there's anything in perception. 4-star piece. Yeah, so nothing right now. Yeah. I could do a full rebuild and like go for Savage or something. Because I have a lot of Savage to look at. I don't know that I have the right stuff yet. I'm getting there though. I have some good pieces. This is a good right there. This is pretty good. So that's the other thing about Georgia. I could try moving Georgia into that. I don't want him to get slower though. I want him where he is. Do you think Perception Gear is worthy of Mythical Charms? I think Perception Gear is probably the best all-around set in the entire game. It's not the most powerful set. I want to make a distinction there. There are times when you want a specific thing that Perception clearly doesn't do. So if you're trying to hit hard, Perception's not the set necessarily. But it's the most versatile, most powerful set. It gives you so many stats. Right? For 2 pieces, you get 5 speed and 5% speed and 40 accuracy in terms of stats. That's a ton. That's 5 substat rolls for 2 pieces of gear. There are very few pieces. There are very few sets that give you anything close to that. So yeah, it depends what you're trying to do. If let's say you're trying to build a Mithrala, or a Lydia, or you're trying to build, somebody who needs tons of accuracy and is really tanky and really fast, you're like, all right, yeah, I'm trying to get my Lydia up to 320 speed, or whatever. It's like Perception. That's what you need on it. If you want 450 accuracy and 320 speed, what else are you going to put her in? An accuracy chest in a speed set. Like that's your other option, you know? So, hey Shooter, good to see you. Yeah, I mean, if I were to give you my favorite set in the game, it's Perception. Easily, especially as a free-to-play player. Like, early on, it's super powerful. In the first 6 months of an account, like, you should be going hard for your Perception. You should be using your charms on it. You should be going, like, this is the set, right? It's going to help all your debuffers. It's going to help any support style champs. It's just awesome. You have so many people who need accuracy, at least some accuracy. And the great thing about PvE is you can just find out exactly how much accuracy you need, and you can build it. Whereas with PvP, it's a guessing game, right? But so, like, you know, if you look at my Wukong, like, he's got two perception sets on. He still hits really hard. He has 100% crit rate. He's only got 143% crit damage. That's more based around the fact that I wasn't able to get any crit damage substats. Like, right? I can also switch this amulet. So I don't think I have a crit damage amulet right now. Let me see. Nothing with, oh, well, that has accuracy on it. So let's roll this up. This might be a nice improvement. Depending if it rolls accuracy. This delay, by the way, has been happening for the last couple of days since the server maintenance. Man, that's not awful. The resist is waste. So I'd lose 4 accuracy here, but I could glyph it back. And I'm getting 21% crit damage. Let's go all the way up. That's worth it. And let's glyph this out. Ouch. All right, so I picked up an accuracy. I picked up a little defense. I did lose 2,000 HP and a little bit of attack, but who cares about the HP? Because it's Wukong. So let's go ahead and equip that. All right, so now we're at 176% crit damage. So that's better. That's better. But, you know, we're talking about 216 accuracy. I would actually like to put this accuracy, like I said, if I could get an accuracy banner on and get 96 more accuracy, right, get myself up over 300, that'd be more comfortable. I like the 350 number. Like, if you could get to 355, I think that's the number you need for most PvE content. And still, like, in PvP, the more accuracy, the better. So I wouldn't mind getting him out of this crit rate, divine crit rate set. If I could get him into 6-star perception speed boots, you know, I need the substats crit rate. Get a crit damage gauntlet, 6-star crit damage gauntlet. Get a better roll in the crit rate here. Like, if I could get a double roll in the crit rate or triple roll in the crit rate, that covers the crit rate I'm going to lose from the crit set. That gets me more speed, more accuracy, you know. So now we're talking about another 12 speed, you know, another 15% crit damage, and at least another 40 accuracy, you know, by getting out of this divine crit rate set. And what I'm giving up is basically the little shield. Now I have to have the crit rate substat rolls. Like, I have to hit them. And that's a little tricky, you know? So, I mean, I can come in here and say, yeah, I just rolled all my perception for CVC. So, and I didn't hit anything. It was unfortunate. I rolled, like, I think 7 pieces of not glyph gear, but I used charms, you know, and everything, and I didn't hit anything. So. The only reason for lethal over perception is you can farm significantly more perception and get more pieces on average. I'm not quite sure I understand. Is the debate whether lethal is better than perception? I mean, lethal is the best damage dealing set in the game. Well, before Merciless, right? It was. Now we have to deal with Merciless. So 10% crit rate ignores 25% of enemies' defense. It's an entirely different set. It does an entirely different thing. in terms of just pure power and in terms of creating speed and doing damage, this is the set, right? I don't know that there's a better set in the game. Arguably, Instinct can potentially be better, right? Like, I know it feels weird to say that. You're like, no, ignoring defense, like that 5% extra ignored defense is just very powerful and translates directly into stats. But 12% speed can get you to a point, you know, depending on how you're speed tuning, that you need to, and still ignore 20% of the enemy's defense. And so it may actually be a way where it's like, okay, you know, both of these offer something that you really want, crit rate and speed. You know, if Instinct were 12% speed and ignores 25% of enemies' defense, I think it would clearly be better than Lethal, right? Because getting 100% crit rate is not that hard. It's tricky, but it's not that hard. And then you also have things like crit rate buffs and all that stuff, right? So, but getting more speed is always desirable. Like, you know, it's just something that gives you a lot of flexibility. So, I mean, I think these are two great damage dealing sets. I'm starting to really like Bloodthirst. This is a nice set. So it's a crit rate, 2-piece crit rate set on a 4-piece lifesteal set. And those aren't individually super powerful sets, but sometimes you just really want a lifesteal set on an attack-based champion, and getting that extra 12% just allows you to get the crit damage gauntlets instead of, you know, worried about crit rate. Just makes the build that much easier. For like secret rooms and faction wars and stuff, this set can actually be very valuable. Definitely more so than something like Fatal, which is not awful, but it's pretty bad. Shooter says, I've spent all day farming Sand Devil now. Those Ascension rerolls have completely changed the entire game. They have. And we haven't even talked about it. But that's a major change. Being able to reroll Ascensions is so crazy good. It took them long enough to do it. But, you know, I want to have a discussion about No Dime December, because December's over. And the question is, what do we do now? Like, what's happened? How do we feel? Where are we? What do we do now? And I don't necessarily want to go into it right away. Like, I think we need to have a little bit of a discussion about it. But I would say in the past few months, past like 6 weeks, 8 weeks, there's been some really good development of the game. Obviously Sintranos, but like some changes, some quality of life changes have come down. There's still some things they've promised that haven't come through yet. We're early in January. So hopefully in the next couple of weeks, we'll see a couple of more things come down. The permanent super raids is a big one. That's going to be really big. I want to see how wide ranging that is. Are they going to give us super raids on Minotaur? Are they going to give us super raids, you know, in the potion keeps? Because I think they need to do that kind of thing too. And then are they going to find ways to save us some time in some different places? But I think the game, at least just for the past couple of months, seems to have been moving in a positive direction. They changed some of the pack stuff. They actually changed some of their economic stuff. I have to look more into that because since I don't buy packs, I don't know as much. But I'll watch some videos. I'll talk to some people who are spenders, and we'll see how the differences are there and if they're giving a little bit more value. There is something I did want to check, which is they said they changed the pack offerings in the shop for Mythic Shards. Okay. So they've gone up to 8 shards, right? This was originally 5. Then it went to 7. And now it's at 8. Which basically makes it just over $6 a shard as their base offer. So now the limited special and they also have another. Sorry. So they have this. They have a $5 shard once a week. So right, if the normal shards are like 6 1/4, basically, they're 6 1/4. You have a 4-pack for $25, which is the exact same price. 4-pack is half of an 8-pack. But you do have a single shard here for $5, which is actually a cheaper, you know. That if this were the base price, if this were the normal price, and then, you know, the deals were better than that, then that would feel like they were in the right place. They still feel expensive to me at $8 a shard. No, I'm not. What am I talking about? It's not $8, $6 a shard. At $6 a shard, it still feels a little bit expensive to me, $6.25. But it's better because if you think it started at $10, so they've actually made some economic concessions, which is not common. And I wonder if this is a response to No Dime December. I don't know. We don't know. We don't know. We can only speculate. Let's see if I have an offer here. Okay, I don't have an offer right now. Let's see if I have an offer here. No. Okay. So, you know, we'll have to see more about what's happening. But this is a good sign. You know, I didn't really expect too much from No Dime December. I was hopeful that there would be some movement. The game is moving in the right direction. There have been some small economic concessions. It feels positive. It feels positive. I want to give credit where credit is due. It's not enough. From my personal perspective, I don't feel like it's enough. I feel like all shard packs need to come down. I think they need to do like, you know, a price cut across the board on everything. Like, you know, all of these packs need to come down. I think primal shards should come down another $1 a shard. And I think everything else should come down, you know, 20%. And if they did that, I feel like now you're starting to get towards a healthier place. It's still not, I mean, it's a gacha mechanic. It's a gacha game. So it's never healthy, you know, but there are other things they could add to that would make it healthier. You know, they've had all these progressive games going on, you know, progressive shard pull events going on. So they're still enticing us to buy, which is fine. I'm not really concerned with that. But I like the fact that they've done some positive things in the game and, you know, the prices have come down. And I can't imagine that they just did that just because. I can't imagine that No Dime December had no impact. So we'll see. We'll talk more. We'll talk more. But for right now, let's get back to the grind. Get in here and grind these up. What did we say we were going to do today? Live arena. Oh, we need to get into SINTRANOS. Right, Lego books are down and Epic books are down. They're supposed to be anyway. Jay says, I'm done spending. I spent $1,500 last year. Yeah, that's totally fair. I don't spend. Mo says, bro, I spent $4,500 in 4 months. There are all sorts of ways to spend money in this game. And my argument has been and will always be that I think we should, as gamers, financially support the games that we enjoy. We should do that. But only if it makes sense economically, right? We shouldn't just be like, oh, you have a good game, so I'm going to give you the deed to my house. Like, that doesn't make sense, right? So, but we have to learn. I mean, part of it, you know, I talked about this months ago. There's sort of multiple things going on here. There's the market force, there's the personal responsibility aspect, and then there's the like policy side. You know, so some countries have approached it from the policy side, right? Where they've made certain mechanics in games illegal because they call it gambling and that it shouldn't be marketed to kids and it's either age restricted or it's just not allowed in the country at all. And that's a choice. That's a policy choice. I do think we need to encourage smart policy making around games. That's just my personal feeling. Some people are like, policies don't belong in. I just think every industry needs to be at least regulated to a reasonable extent because it can get out of control. You can see how gacha games have gotten, how the monetization has gotten so predatory, you know, in recent decades. last decade and a half. And so I think reasonable regulation makes sense. Then you have the personal responsibility aspect, which is really about education, right? It's about education because like it's easy to get into a bad swing of things. There's so many forces arrayed against you, just like there are in advertising in, you know, consumer-based economies, right? Like, I mean, this is nothing new, you know, from used car sales to, you know, late night infomercials to, you know, all the pop-ups on every website. Like we're constantly told to consume. So part of it's education, part of it's supporting each other, part of it's personal discipline. Like there are all sorts of different aspects of that, but that's hard because that's putting a lot of pressure on each individual. You are the underdog in that fight. You're the underdog in that fight. And if you're winning that fight, by the way, congratulations, you should feel good about yourself, but you shouldn't feel like people who are not doing as well in that fight aren't doing that well because they're a worse person than you are, right? Like that's not the case. It's just, it could be circumstantial. There could be a lot of things that play into it. So, you know, support each other. And that's where community comes in. And then I think the third thing is market force. And market force is how we spend our dollars. So I don't spend on Raid because I don't want to support the economic model that Raid uses. However, I like the game. I want the game to stick around. If the game gets to a point where they're using a more friendly economic model, I will support it financially. I will. Like I have to, if I say it, I have to stand behind it, you know, so. But that's enough for that. Let's go jump into the Cursed City. All right, so I haven't made any progress here in a little bit. Why is my mouse being weird? Okay. So I've kind of gotten stuck in a few places. Let me check out this. Yeah, so I don't think I'm going anywhere here. So the interesting champions here are Raka and Vrask. Right, because potentially I could sustain my way through with Vrask. But I don't think I don't have the rings. So I think I might have one orc ring. Do I have one blood shield ring? No, I don't have a single one. So I was hoping for some blood shield rings in the orcs but I got 2 demon spawn blood shield rings. And I don't have a demon spawn can't be used here. So unfortunately, it's not going to work. So I do have a Banner Lord ring here, and I even have Lifesteal on Stag Knight, but it's not enough. It's not enough by itself. So yeah, I really don't have. You know, I thought about Grinner actually, and Grinner's kind of interesting. Right, I'd have to take him to at least 5 stars, build him really tanky. I think I do have undead rings. I'd have to get him out of this and get him into either Guardian set or preferably just a straight up regeneration set with Immortal in it, and see if he could just live and then revive my Stag Knight when he died. He's got this weird increased attack, though. That messes things up. Yeah, I don't really have another solution here. Aelfried gets me moving faster, and he does have some continuous heals, but it's like that's problematic. Buffs are always problematic against Scarab Boss. And I don't really have anybody else, I don't think. So that's not happening. All right, so then the other option here is to try to get the spider boss down, which really doesn't get us a whole lot. And the last time I tried it, Georgian was 50, so we could try this. Now, I did think about like bringing in a second Doom Priest or bringing in another damage dealer. The damage dealers die too fast. I could bring in Rector Drath. Let's just try this, see how this does in terms of damage. Last time I brought, I did this, it was before Georgian was fully built. So let's see. Are we going to kill a Spiderling? We did not kill a Spiderling. So I think he needs to be able to one-shot Spiderlings. Now, he might be able to one-shot Spiderlings with the increased attack. Right, that's what happened last time. He became the target. Let's try. Let's see how many we kill. Killed them all. Okay, that was good. That wasn't too bad. This might work. Yeah, maybe I just focus fire on the boss and see how that does. Without any speed increase, this might not. I don't know. Let's see, what is this? Is this a provoke? It's a leech. Leech is good. Get the leech out there. All right, he's going to fall. This is where the Rector Drath could work, right? So attacks one enemy. He does have increased attack now. So let me see. Who's got a full turn meter? That spider right here in front. All right. And that gets us the extra turn. And now we AoE with the increased attack. Is that enough? It is. Nice. Dude, Georgian is he's so good. He's so freaking good. That wasn't even that hard. It wasn't even that hard. He just needed the increased attack buff. Supersonic without speed. Merciless attack. I'm just holding all of these pieces right now in the, you know, the hopes that I'm gonna use all my ore on them and just hope I get into something. So I'll roll them up twice, see if I get a double roll on something, or roll them up 3 times, see if I get a double roll on something, and then just redo the gear. Okay, so that opens up a few more locations. Let's see about Bommel. What's an option here? This did not work. This did not work at all. Now, I have gotten Prundar. I don't think Prundar helps me against Bommel, though. And I did level up, what's his face, to 40. Let me look at these champs for a second. So I don't think Prundar helps me at all in Bommel because if I remember correctly, like he has like an increased defense and a strengthen. He has a decreased speed. So the decreased speed actually could play on Bommel, right? He can have his speed reduced. And that can be worth it. Provoke and increased defense is not great. Strengthen and continuous heals. I guess strengthen could work, actually. Increased defense doesn't work because the bombs ignore defense. But they don't ignore strengthen, so that could actually maybe work. And the continuous heals. That's not bad. He's a good champion. I want to level this guy up. Now I also have Abyssal, who's got what heals by 15%. Hey, Colbert, is BlueStack still working for referrals? I can't seem to get it to work for me. Been trying most of the day. Any advice? I've heard some not great news recently. I haven't used BlueStacks for the past few months. Mine broke, and then I just haven't fixed it yet. So I don't know. It should still work. There's probably a video out there about how to make it work. Sometimes you have to jump through extra hoops. It can be a little bit tricky. Let's go ahead and close this poll. 17% of people are like, nope, live arena is never going to happen. Yeah, sorry. I wish I had more advice. But I haven't looked into it myself recently. Colred, can you beat the game with free champions? Asks Jay. Sure. All champions are free. Every champion is free, right? Every champion that you pull without spending money is free. If you're asking specifically, can you win can you clear everything with only champions you get from free sources if you didn't pull shards? Like, remember, shards are free. Like, you can get free shards. So, login reward champions, Doom Tower champions, like free giveaway champions, rewards like Mithrala and, fusion champions. Like, could you just beat it with those champions? If you're talking about with the monthly fusion champions, probably, depending on how long you've been playing the game. If you're eliminating monthly champions, because you have to pull shards to get them, pretty much, like you can't really get them without pulling shards. Can you win the game without pulling shards? If you don't pull shards, you can't get Razin. If you don't get pull shards, you can't get Mikage. So can you win the game without pulling shards? Be hard, but yeah, I think so. Mithrala and Lydia are super important. You can definitely get Mithrala. Getting Lydia is going to take a while. Like, let's say you're only pulling mystery shards, so you have access to all the rares, but you're not pulling void shards or ancient shards. I mean, if you think about who you get as a reward, from Doom Tower, the Doom Tower champions are really good. So, Dark Hail is really good. Archmage Helmet is really good. You get Thea the Tomb Angel, she's solid. Urost is really strong. Like, you're going to get the champions that you need. It's going to take a really long time. You have access to all the uncommons, and there are a lot of uncommons who could do work for you if there weren't like better options at rare and epic, mostly epic. But there are probably, 10 or 12 uncommons you would build to 6 stars who would do some work for you in different places, especially like Faction Crypts, Doom Tower, a couple other places, Fire Knight. It's an interesting question. I wouldn't like to do it. That's not a challenge I'm getting up for. Do you know what I mean? Like, if it were a static game that wasn't constantly evolving, that was introducing new champions all the time and new content all the time, that would be something. Like, if you stopped the game at year 2, like, I don't know, 730 days in, right? 2 years. If you just stopped the game and said, now beat it, how long would it take you to beat this version of the game with the champions that are currently in the game? Be like, all right, well, that's an interesting challenge. Do you know what I mean? But they're constantly so like, you're losing ground. They're evolving the game faster than you're making up ground in certain cases. And so, I like to be able to do the new content too. But yeah, you could probably you can definitely clear. You could definitely 3-key Ultra Nightmare clan boss. You could definitely do that. You could definitely clear hard Hydra, probably brutal Hydra. You could clear Doom Tower. You could clear all 3 rotations of Doom Tower. And you could clear faction crypts. And you could clear Iron Twins. You could definitely do Iron Twins. So yeah, I think you could do most of the game without ever pulling anything but a mystery shard. I think you could clear most of the game, but it would take you a long time. There's a guy on YouTube that has done it with only mystery shards and champs everyone can get. Yeah, I think like Steven says, it depends on what you mean by beat the game. You know, so I don't know what that is. Hey, Dark, good to see you. Give me 10 seconds. The dog is just miserable right now. I gotta let her out. Hang on. Yeah, all right. So what else do we have to do? Let's see if there are any other Sintranos places we can. I wanted to check out Doom Tower though. So I actually feel pretty good. I don't know if I'm going to get through these 4 places, but we can probably get a couple of them down. Let that play for a while. Let's see if it can do it. I think it's interesting in the sense of individual challenges. So if you were like, hey, can you take down Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss? Can you 4-key Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss using only uncommon champions? Like that would be really interesting to me. You know, maybe not. Maybe that's not even possible. Maybe if it's just like, you know, like uncommons and rares. Can you do it with just rares or less? That'd be really interesting to me. Some challenges are like too much of a headache to want to get involved in, you know, and like the idea of taking on the entire game with rares or less. Like that's a very, very long commitment. You know, that's a year-long commitment at least. And I don't know that I would be able to maintain my interest for a year doing just that. So, you know, that's part of it. That shield helped a little bit, but might not be enough. It would help to have a cleanse here. It also helped to have Kale at 5 stars. That would be a huge help too. Nope, that's over. Yeah, it's the cleanse. You need the cleanse here. Ouch. All right, so we'll worry about that a little bit later. Let's see. What else? Were we going to do? Doom Tower, right? How are we doing in Doom Tower? So I cleared Doom Tower normal today, I think. Yeah, I cleared Doom Tower normal. So let's get into hard and see if we can clear any floors at all. Last time I did this, I was not able to clear any floors. I would probably bring in Wukong instead of Athel. Athel has the lifesteal set, but Wukong is at this point probably hitting at least as hard, and he has the buff strip. And he can become the target and die, and who cares if he dies? Like, you don't have to worry about his survivability based on lifesteal. You actually want him to become the target. So far we're doing all right on this floor. Seems okay. Maddie says, hello, should I build my arena nuker with savage gear but minus 65% crit damage, or focus more on crit damage but no savage set? So meaning, like, you can get a savage set but you lose 65% crit damage. Probably because you're getting out of a crit damage gauntlet or something, a 5-star crit damage gauntlet. And you're getting into maybe a crit rate gauntlet or something like that. It really depends on the number you land on. I would say, and it also depends on the champion to a certain extent. It's a really good question, and it's hard to answer without knowing more specifics. And even if I did know more specifics, I don't know that I would know the clear answer to it. I think ignoring 25% defense if you have over 200% crit damage remaining, like let's say you went from 265 down to 200, and you went from not ignoring defense at all to ignoring 25% defense, I would say that would probably be a good swap. If you're going from, say, 200 down to 135% to get into Savage, I would say that's not a good swap. I would say you're probably losing out there. So if you can end at, 200 to 250, if you could land somewhere in there with a Savage set, then it's and this is just an estimate. This is just a guess based on my experience. It's probably going to hit harder. It's probably going to do better work against tanks, which a lot of times are the tricky things. Like, either one is going to kill the enemy nuker. That's not the big deal. The big deal is, can you kill the supports and the revivers and stuff like that? So, yeah, it feels like you would still have to be in the 200s to make it worthwhile. And again, like I don't have the numbers to back that up. It does depend on each champion. It depends on their mechanics. It depends on the setup of the team. There are all sorts of things. I mean, one of the things you can consider is that you can get crit damage from outside sources. You can get, a crit damage buff that gives you 30% crit damage back. So it's like, if you swap the champion in, they got you back to a good crit damage number. Would it be worth switching into the Savage set? And, what's the other set that you're running? Are you running Savage and Cruel? Are you running not Savage and Cruel? Or I'm sorry, Savage and not Cruel. It really depends. But, if you wanted to know for sure, spend the $500,000 silver and just swap the gear and check it out. Like, take them into Doom Tower and see how much damage they do. You want to build Cupidus? My team is Seeker, Deacon, Wukong, and Cupidus. Cupidus hits decently hard. I don't know that I would consider him a real arena champion. You might not have a better option, and you might be building Cupidus for PvE, and so you just want to use him, which is like an efficient way to use your roster. So not that he's the best arena nuker ever, but that he might just fit that team. You've already got Speed Tune, and he does decent damage. So that could be a reason to do it. Now, I could be wrong. I don't love my Cupidus. Sometimes I come against Cupidus, I come up against them in content, and they just hit really hard. Usually it's when he's with Venus, but he does have the AoE A1, which is nice. And the damage increases by 15%. The multipliers on the A1 are not great. The multiplier on the A2 is okay. He does have a 25%. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He's got a 100% chance of placing HP burn. That's the big thing, right? He's an AoE HP burner who also happens to hit decently hard. His A3 has a good multiplier. It also has an increased attack. You know, so he can be a single target nuke on that A3. It gets him an HP burn on everybody. Well, 50% of the time. That's weird. This guy's been power crept a little bit. He does have an ally attack in all battles by 33%, but you're probably going to be running a speed aura. I mean, I think if you're building him for like Spider, let's say you're building him for Spider 25, you know, like you're like, I want him to be my Spider solution. He's an AoE HP burner and he's the best one I have. And, you know, you've got the books and stuff and he fits your roster. Then I would say, yeah, why not stick him in arena and see how he does? He's probably going to be speed tuned at the right point. Let's look at Cubitus. You know, it's a pretty good base attack, right? Very nice base speed, 107, so it's not going to be hard to get him into tune. This A2, you know, 100% HP burn, AoE. This has a 4.0 multiplier with only a 10% damage buff. So it's not weak, but it's not a huge nuke. Like this doesn't, you know, there are other nukers that are going to do better than this. You get that HP burn out there, it makes sense, right? It's like you have a secondary source of damage. Then you have the increased attack here with the single. This is a pretty good multiplier. This is a 6.6, I think, or 6.5, 6.6. Again, it's only 10% extra damage on the books, which makes it a little bit less potent than some other high multiplier hits. You know, so I'd love to see this at 20% as opposed to 10%. If you ever get Venus, he becomes god tier in terms of damage because it's just 25% more damage. So it's like instead of having a 6.6 multiplier, he has an 8.8 multiplier or whatever. No, it'd be less. It'd be 8.3, basically 8.25 or something. But still, then his multiplier jumps over 8, you know, so that becomes much harder hitting. And now this is up at over 5, you know, so now it's really, really good damage. So it's like if you happen to have him and you've already got him built and he's doing good work for you, and then Venus hits your team, then you're like, yeah, now this is a nice setup. You know, but when you see them in arena, it's typically you see them both. Don't get me wrong, he's not bad. He's not bad. A little bit squishy, but fast. And he hits decently hard, and you can use him in PvE, you know, really well. So. With Venus is a big if I only had. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing about Cubitus and Venus, and so I pulled Cubitus as like, he was in my first 5 legendaries on my main account. If I remember correctly, if I remember correctly, on my main account, my first 5 were, my first one was Yannicka. My first legendary was Yannicka. And this was back pre-buff. She was the worst legendary in the game. She was the worst legendary in the game. And then they buffed her. But they buffed her months after I got her. So she was my first legendary. I think my second legendary was Shiramani. And I built Shiramani. She was my first 6-star legendary. And the first one I booked. Such a good champion. Definitely underrated. And this was before her buff too. And she was good back then. She's even better now. So this freeze can now be booked down to a 4-turn cooldown. Before it could only be booked from 6 to 5. And then these hits used to have a 15% chance, not a 25% chance of placing a freeze. So those were good buffs to her. My third legendary was Drexler. And this is before he was in the shop. So pretty solid pull. I was pretty excited about that. It was a little bit underwhelming. I'll be honest. I didn't really know how to utilize him at the time. And everybody was talking about how good he was. And I was like, he's okay. I used him mostly for the provoke. I didn't really understand HP burns at the time. So if I had pulled him, on my NOOB vs Pro account, I would have gotten more value out of him definitely this time around. But so he was my third legendary. I have the account right here. I'm trying to remember if Cupidus was my fourth legendary. I think he was. Let's see. I have so many legendaries on this account now. Yeah, he might have been my fourth legendary, Cupidus. I don't really remember past that point too much. I know who was like early and who was later, but I don't remember exactly the order. But I'm pretty sure Cupidus was my fourth Lego. And I built all 4 to 6 stars. Even though Yannick was awful, I built her to 6-star anyway. So I've had him for a long time, and I've never pulled a Venus. But she's just she's not a void. Oh no, she is a void. That's right. She is a void. She is a void legendary. So, the chance of pulling her, and even if you did pull her, it's like, if you don't have Cupidus, she's good. She's good. This AoE has a 100% chance when booked of placing decreased defense and weaken on an AoE, and it hits decently hard. That's a wonderful skill. That's a really nice skill. Great for arena. Absolutely god tier for arena, right? Decreased defense and weaken. She also has an AoE HP burn. She's void affinity, so you don't have to worry about that. Removes all buffs from all enemies. Has a 50% chance of granting an extra turn. So the 50% extra turn mechanic is annoying. But so she does have a buff strip when Cupid is on the team. So very good. 112 base speed. One of the fastest champions in the game. There are very few champions that are faster than Arbiter. And she is one of them. So if you get the combo, it's just sick. But yeah, she is a void legendary. Got another champion training event going on. Son will be happy. Got this chaos dust now. I got to get to stage 25 of Sand Devil's Necropolis now. I'm at like stage 21, I think, or 19 or something. I forget. Actually, let's see how we're doing here for the dailies. Classic Arena, team from a single affinity. Okay, single affinity. Let's go void affinity. That works. Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered. Okay. Oh, I haven't used my Demon Lord keys today. At all? Nah, that's annoying. Now, the thing about this, I can't yet take Athel out of this team because she's my weaken. So I need her for the weaken. She is weak affinity, though, so I don't know if I'm going to get it applied all that often. Torment sucks in PvP to go against. Yes, he does. I'm trying to replace Kale, who is my arena nuker now. So going from Kale to Cupidus. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, no, good to see you. I know your name. I know your other name. Yeah, absolutely. Two of your first 3 Lago pulls were Razin. You have 3 copies now, Mr. T2 Sugars. I am sorry to hear that. I am sorry to hear that. I mean, sometimes when you pull a free champion, but you pull it relatively early, it's not bad, right? Like if you pulled an Arbiter with your first Void Shard or whatever, you'd be like, oh, well, I got my early Arbiter. And then when you get your Arbiter for free, it's not as big a milestone as it would have been, you know, because you're probably not going to build the second one at that point in time, but maybe it goes in the vault for a while, or you build her to 5 stars and you use her on a 3v3 team or something. Same thing with Razin, right? Like if you get Razin 2 months in, you just put him in your clan boss team. He helps you with all the dungeons, you know, and it's like, and now you just don't have to fuse him. Now you can just use his fusion as a place to get free epics, you know, for champion chases. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's not fun. It's not exciting, but it can still work. But when you get 2 and 3 pulls, that's awful. That's awful. I'm sorry. That just stinks. Steve Marley says, then I got Lady Kimmy, Lissandra, Wither, Drexthar, and I started with UDK. Arena was a breeze with all that turn meter control and UDK and Teo. Yeah. Yeah. Wither's phenomenal. Lissandra's amazing. Lady Kimmy's amazing. They're all great champions. Maddie says, Cupid has solved my spider, but I want to use him for arena. Also, I think he's better nuker than Kale. Yeah, probably. Probably. I mean, the thing about him is you still want to build him with enough accuracy for spider. So don't let his accuracy dip. So if, you know, you're talking about getting him into a savage set, if that's going to drop your accuracy to a point where he doesn't solve spider anymore, then don't do it. Don't break your spider team to get him into your arena team. That doesn't make sense. I do hate it when I forget to use my clan boss keys. Usually I don't. Usually I get to at least 3 keys a day. If I forget one, I forget one. That's fine. But every once in a while. Yeah. Your first was Valkyrie. That's a really nice full first legendary. That's huge. Jay, your first was Septimus. I've had Septimus as my first legendary on 2 different accounts. And I got to say, he's a great first legendary. He really is a great first legendary. And you eventually get into this weird problem with Septimus, which is like, when do you start taking him out of teams? Right? When do you start replacing him with other champions? And what champions do you replace him with? Because he's not fast, like in some content, because of the single hit, like repeat mechanic. Like sometimes it takes forever. Like using him in Spider can be funny. Kill a Spiderling, 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 kill a Spiderling. You know, it's like, okay. But he also has the max HP hit, which is really, it's one of the hardest hitting skills like around. He's really straightforward. He's fun. You know, he's a great champion, but you do get to that point where you're like, all right, maybe I need something more. Maybe I need to pull him out for something. And then you don't know how. You don't know how to do it because you were relying on that damage for so long. Kieran, my first was an Elva on a double legendary event, and I got Syl as my second Lego. Nice. Elva and Syl is a duo that basically keeps you alive forever. And my guess is you could do 90% of the content in the game with those 2 champions as the core of your team. Bring anybody with them. Bring anybody with Elva and Syl the Drakes, and you're probably going to do, you know, 80 to 90% of the content in the game. There are a few or a few places, locations where champions who have turn meter decrease are bad. You know, or like you don't want a speed buff or you don't want buffs or something. So, you know, that can be a little bit tricky. But for the most part, they're just going to crush everything. Mr. T2 Sugar says, my top tip is do every fusion. I've not missed one since starting my account. Yeah, but you're also the guy who said doing 250K in a CVC as free to play doesn't take any effort. So like you're doing something that most players aren't doing. You know what I mean? Not to say that you're doing something wrong. You're doing great. You're doing awesome. but something about the game has clicked for you. Your investment in it is high, you know, and you're doing really well. I don't know that, like, I could have done every fusion this year, probably, if I really focused on it. I skipped 3 and failed 1, I think. So I got 9 out of the 13 champions. And that's with all the inflation going on. Like, it's still possible to do as a free-to-play player. But it's a lot of commitment. I find it stressful. I just find fusion stressful. So I'd like taking them off for a while, for like a year, I did every other fusion, or I would do like 2 fusions and take 2 off. So I would do like 6 or 7 fusions a year. And I did that for 2022, I think. That was awesome. That's exactly what I want. I want a good fusion followed by a bad fusion followed by a good fusion. That's what I want. You know, if I can do a 2-week fusion every 8 weeks or 9 weeks, that's great. But to have to spend 15 or 16 days trying to do a fusion and then get like 12 days off and then have another one, no. I don't like it. Don't make me do it. Your first legendary was Yumiko. You make me sick. You're in my clan. You make me sick, Crash Down. No, that's fantastic. That you know, that's an interesting introduction to the game. Here's maybe the best support in the entire game. You know, I mean, that's an interesting, you know, if that would be an interesting debate. Who's the best? Let's just do that right now. I'm gonna start a poll. We gotta have boxes. We got boxes. And I'm gonna give you some choices here. Oh, I can only have 4 options. All right, let's do it this way. We're going to do a little bit of a contest then. I'm going to have to do a little bit different. I got to do something. I just got to check something before I do this poll. This is kind of interesting. Okay, so apparently I'm only allowed to do 4 categories in my polls. So that's what's taken so long. Sorry about that. So we're going to start this. Now, there are a couple of champions that didn't make the list, but I think realistically, these are 8 of the best 10 supports in the game. So just think of the duo, and if your favorite champion is in that duo, pick that duo. We are all over the place. Wow. We were at 25, 25, 25, 25, and then all of a sudden, Duchess and Siffy took a leap. We have clans with open spots. Yes, Redline, we do. Wentworth Tanner says, after 102 days of playing, I have only one HP burner, Selenia. Is she worth building to progress in Doom Tower, or should I wait? If you're talking about the Frost Spider, because you need an HP burner, you could also look for a block revive. Remember, that works too. So if you're building an Armiger, that's an option for Frost Spider. Selenia is good. I want her to be a little bit better than she is. She's like close to being really, really good, but she's not quite there. And I don't know that they're ever going to change her. Like, she just may be a good legendary, but I don't think she's a phenomenal solution for anything right now, unfortunately. She's kind of a supplemental champion. That being said, she can solve Frostbiter for you if you need her to. Yeah, if you are looking for an invitation to one of our clans, you can talk to Crashdown. Crashdown is a deputy in my clan. So is Great Dane if he's around. Sun is, I don't know if he has deputies in his clan yet, but he's around. You can reach out to him in Discord. Which champion is the best support in all of Rage? So right now we're looking at, wow, that's pretty good distribution right now. Duchess and Sify have a lead. It's not an insignificant lead. They have a sizable lead. But Cardiel, Yumiko, Krisk, and Marishka are all matched. And then Mithrala and Lydia are a little bit behind. I think the only champion... I think the champions I would have to add to this list, if I were going to add any support champions to this list, I'd have to add Pythion. I think he's one of the best non-void supports in the game. I don't quite think he's like, he could be just outside of the top 10, but he could be like 9 or 10, maybe. I think you have to add Rio Bonespur. I think she's an amazing support. Another void legendary. So she would have to be on the list somewhere. I think the new guy, Grazur, I think he needs to be on the list somewhere. He's really usable in a lot of content. And like, I know like some of these champions are not listed as support champions. Like, I think all the ones on the list that we have are actually all support champions. Krisk is not. Krisk is defense, right? Is Krisk defense? Yeah. So, you know, Kyoku could go on the list. She doesn't get talked about as much as she should. I mean, Brogni is really important. Yeah, I don't know who else. I don't know if I'm missing anybody. I might be missing 1 or 2 champions. I can't think of any more. I mean, you know, some of the recent fusions like Blizzar or like the Panda, stuff like that. Like, these are good supports in different places, but I don't think they make the list. You know, so even though they could be good champions, like, I don't quite think they're in like the top 10 or 12 supports in the game. I'm trying to think if there are any epics who deserve to be up there. Like, does Demitha deserve to be up there? You know, what about Helikath? You know, if we're talking about defensive champions, what about like Valkyrie? You know, but now we're stretching. I think all those are all really, really good champions. But this is, you know, when we're just talking about supports, I think this is the list. I don't think it's much. I don't think if I'm missing any champions, they're just a couple. Like Riho, Bonespur. But that, you know, that's it. I think my personal opinion about Duchess. I don't own Duchess. I got 11 million on a key. You got to be kidding me. All right, let's. Nope. I didn't want to do that. But anyway, I was gonna pull out. Athel. I think that Duchess is the best non-void support in the game. But if you look at the list, every other support on the list is void. She's the only non-void support on the list of these 8, at least. Right? The only other one that we mentioned who's really potentially top 10 is Pythion. You know, I mean, Riho's a void. Kyoku's not. Grisura's a void. Elva's a good call, Mr. T2 Sugars. Yeah, she could be up there. She could belong on the list. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know who else there would be. But so I think if you just say, you know, who's the best like normal legendary support in the game, I think it's Duchess. I think it is Duchess. I don't know that there's anybody who's, I mean, there are Pythion and Elva are probably in the top 3 or 4. Like that might be the top 3. It might be Duchess, like Pythion and Elva right there next to each other. Those might be the top 3 non-void legendary supports in the game. But the gap between Duchess and then Pythion and Elva is huge. And that doesn't mean they're not phenomenal champions. It just tells you how good Duchess is, right? She is arguably a top 5 champion in the game. So she could be the best she could be the best support in the game, even though she's non-void. Because you could get her more easily, there may be some, you know, there may be a skew there. So, I mean, Lady Kimmy is a champion we didn't mention, but she's phenomenally good. And Lissandra is also really, really strong. Both of those champions deserve to be mentioned as some of the best supports in the game. Yeah. All right, we're gonna do another poll. So we've got the results of this poll. This is a good result, but we're gonna keep going because we're not done yet. By the way, don't forget to like the stream if you haven't already. Please like the stream, please. All right. So now we'll break Sify and Duchess apart and see if they still stand up. Because we don't know who was actually. I know there are a lot of Sify lovers out there. So we'll try again. Yeah, I guess that's true. There might be some mythic supports that are better. I don't really know. I don't even think about the mythics that much. Redline, you could just reach out to Sun. He can direct you to Crashdown or Great Dane. I don't know. I mean, we definitely have spots in our clan. I don't know how many spots Sun has right now. $12.41 million, slightly better. I'm still looking at a 4 key. This guy is kind of new. He's interesting. Let's just kind of run down. Yeah, I don't think there's anybody here other than Mariska. High Elves. Lysandra. Tatura is good. Arbiter is fantastic. I don't think any of them crack into that group, though. You know, here we have Venus. Martyr is very, very good. Archbishop Pinthroy is pretty good. But again, I don't think they're cracking that group. Tahanarok. Scylla the Drakes, Valkyrie, and Tahanarok. I think Scylla the Drakes would crack the top 5 non-void legendary supports. I think she's that good. But Tahanarok's kind of an interesting dark horse for top 10 supports in the game. Yeah, I don't know about this Togren guy. I don't think so, based on what I saw. And Bellatar's not good enough. And Gergo's not good enough. Not that they're bad champions. They're just not good for, you know, I think Grisura is clearly the... Grisura could crack the top 10. He could potentially crack the top 10. That'd be really tough. Like, you know, once you get past the first, like, 5, the next 5 get harder. You know, because you've got, like, 13 champions who are vying for 5 spots. Lizardman, I mean... You know, the interesting thing will be to see where Sulfurion lands, because this is a very good champion. But Krisk is huge, and Pythion is huge in this. You know, I don't think anybody else in the faction lives up to those two. But again, Sulfurion may. Longbeard has got a great ally attack. Uko. We forgot about Uko. Uko is actually a phenomenal support. Uko would be in contention. You know, one of the things would be like Warlord. Like, we didn't even talk about a champion like Warlord, right? Because this guy is really niche, but it's such a good niche. And it is incredibly powerful just to have that lockout, you know, ability. And he is a void legendary. He is technically a support. I didn't even think of him, really. I mean, Duchess here. Wither is so strong. Tyrant Ixlamore is really good. Prince Kymar we didn't even mention. Obviously Duchess and a Helicath. So there are a lot of options here. We didn't mention Bad Alcazar. Bad Alcazar is a phenomenal legendary. Obviously, Ultimate Death Knight's very strong. We've got Nekret, crazy good champion. You know, Mashalit is listed as an attack-based champion, but is really, you know, a support-like attack-based champion. So the more I'm looking at it, you know, the more I'm thinking there are some excellent supports in this game who... You know, Vizix. We didn't even talk about Vizix. Blind Seer is pretty good. Probably not going to crack that group. Chimeria is interesting. Again, probably not going to quite crack that group, but strong. Like, if you had Chimeria, she'd probably be a key component of your roster. Theodore is technically a support, although I don't think of him as a support, right? But so there's a great support. Same thing with like Drang. Like, I don't think of him as a support. He's an HP based champion, but he's kind of a support. He's got a heal. I think Brogny's here, but Molly's also here. Molly's a very good support. Again, I don't think she's going to break into that top 10, but Shadowkin. I think Yumiko and Riho are the top 2 here, but Shuzhen is actually kind of a ridiculous support now. So she's creeping up towards that group. Like she could be somewhere between 10 and 15, actually. You know, she might be that high, maybe even a little higher. And Emick. We didn't really think about Emick. Emick is crazy good. And this guy Farrell apparently is supposed to be really good. People are starting to talk about him a little bit. I'm not 100% convinced, so I don't know how good he's going to be. But he's got this whole thing built around resistance. He ignores resistance. He decreases accuracy. He increases resistance. He's got an increased resistance and all. But so he like solves a problem that people have. So he may be pretty strong. I don't know again if he cracks that top 10, but like it'd be interesting to kind of like compare the list of void legendary supports to non-void legendary supports. Because it feels like there are a lot of really good non-void legendary supports. I mean, Oella's solid. I don't think she's in the top, 10 or 15, but you've got Oella, you've got Morrigan, you've got, some of these others like Martyr, who's probably, like their top 20 maybe. But it's really interesting if you're just looking at the top, 5 to 10 or the top 3, like who are the top 3? That becomes really tricky. Duchess is hard to get, but is the easiest of all of those champions basically that we mentioned because she's not a void. I don't have one though. Do I sense a new tier list video? Yeah, a couple. We should do a couple. I mean, for me, one of the things. Let me see. Where am I here? Yeah. For me, a couple of things. In terms of tier lists, it's like doing a tier list for champions that I don't own is always a little tricky. Now, some champions you come up against in arena. Some champions are on a lot of high level end game teams. Some champions just obviously have amazing kits that are super versatile. And so you can look at some champions and say, yeah, I have a pretty good idea of how good this champion is, but you don't really know until you play the champion. Sometimes they don't fit your roster that well, and so they don't feel great for you, but then somebody else has a wonderful experience with them, and so you say they're not that good, and then they get mad, and it's like, like in the last tier list video that I did, I put Pythion as an S tier champion, which felt then and feels now like where he belongs. That's what an S tier champion is. An S tier champion should be amongst the best champions in the game, but not in that top 5, of the category conversation. Like I don't think very many players would say Pythion is a top 5 support in the game. And that's what S tier feels like to me. God tier feels like you got to be at least arguably top 5. So maybe like top 7. Right? You have to be arguably like somebody could put you in the top 5 and somebody else would have to say like, yeah, I could see that. And I don't think Pythion cracks that list. When we were just looking at what we just did with our poll, right? Like Duchess, Siphi, Cardiel, Yumiko, Krisk, Marishka, Mathrala, like Lydia, all of those champions, all of them, to me, are better than Pythion. Which means he's not getting to God tier, right? That he's S tier. That's exactly what S tier is for me. And some people were so mad. Some people were really upset with me. They were like, he's God tier. How could you not say he's God tier? He's one of the best champions in the entire game. And you know what? Like, yeah, he's probably a top 50 champion in the game. But I don't know if that's God tier. Like, is that enough? Is that high enough? Like, are there 50 God tier champions in the game? That's a pretty big tier, right? If you think, let's say there are 800 champions in the game. I forget the exact number, but let's say there are 800 champions in the game, you know, of which only like 150 or something are legendary champions, or maybe 200 are legendary champions. You know, so it's like, are the top quarter of legendary champions, are the top third of legendary champions God tier? I think that's a stretch. The game is getting released on Steam. That's good news. Who are the top 3.5, asks Tunk. All right, so it looks like Duchess wins by quite a bit. And then Sify, Cardiel, and Yumiko are all coming in around the same, and then Kriska and Mariska are dropped off there at the bottom. They've fallen behind a little bit. It's interesting to see this. I personally don't think Duchess is the best support in the game. In fact, I think there's an argument to make that she's not top 3. I think there's an argument to make that she's not in the top 3 champions in the game. In terms of supports, even. Like, some people put her as the number 1 champion in the entire game. And I think that what she does really, really well. And she does it really well in a lot of places. Like, if you get her early on, she's such a hard carry in so much content. It'd be hard to get away from her. I feel like Cardiel's the same thing. Like, getting away from a Duchess and is like me trying to get away from Cardiel. So I don't think she's the best support in the game. I think probably the most OP support in the game is Yumiko. That's my feeling. But Duchess is certainly God tier. Like, there'd be no argument that she's God tier. Of course she's God tier. And she's probably the best non-void champion in the game, other than Newt. I think Newt and Duchess are the 2 best non-void champions in the whole game. So, yeah. I mean, definitely God tier. But I think there's an argument to say that maybe she's the 4th or 5th best champion in the game. And most of the best champions in the game are supports, right? Most of them, not all of them. I mean, I think Newt and Acrizia are, Jay, those are 2 of the, top champions in the game. But when you think basically of supports, like, we're talking about tanks, we're talking about healers, we're talking about revivers, we're talking about cleanse, we're talking about literally all the supports, the HP based supports, it doesn't really matter what they call it. Basically, a support is anybody whose primary purpose isn't dealing damage. So, you think Harima is, in terms of non-void legendaries, you think she's one of the top 3 non-void legendaries in the game? It could be. I have a Harima. I haven't built her yet. It absolutely could be. You say Sify, Yumiko, and Mariska are better than Duchess for sure. Well, I don't think it's for sure. And I do think there's a lot of difference in terms of the perspective, right? Like, free-to-play players, early game, mid game players, late game players. Are you more focused on progression? Are you more focused on like versatility? Are you more focused on better specialists? I think the thing is, you can get all the jobs done that Duchess gets done for you without Duchess. There's nothing that she opens up for you that you can't do with other champions. That's not true for every champion. Right? That's not true for Yumiko. Like, you can't just replace Yumiko. Right? She does something that's literally irreplaceable. And potentially that's the same for like Mariska. That could be the same for Krisk. It could be the same for Sify. Right? However, she is more versatile in some ways than any of those champions. As a progression champion, I think Duchess is better than Sify. Duchess is better than Yumiko. Duchess is better than, maybe not Krisk. Maybe Krisk is as strong progression wise. And again, I don't have her. So maybe I'm just, blowing smoke. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, Kirk, that's true. And if you get any of these, you build your roster around those champions. That's just the way, that's the way this crazy life works in here. You got to do it. You don't have a choice, right? Like if you pull a Duchess, she becomes the cornerstone of your account for probably your first year, if not 18 months or 2 years. Cardiel is still the cornerstone of my roster. I pulled him in month 4. I am now 29 months into the game or something like that. He has never not been the cornerstone of my roster. He will never not be the cornerstone of my roster. He has in the last 6 months started to move away from being the cornerstone of every team to being the cornerstone of, the majority of teams. And I keep finding ways to build teams that don't require him. Lydia has stepped up into a role that I didn't know that she would. She, in the last couple of months, has started to play more of a role. Mathrala has taken a small step back on my roster. Newt has stepped in to a lot of places, and as a result, I build more teams around what Newt does. And so Mithrala and Cardiel sometimes pair up well with Newt and sometimes don't pair up all that well with Newt. Sometimes you need other champions. So, Helikath has taken a little bit of a step back in my roster recently. I would like to change that. I think he's too good. I want him to have a bigger role, not a smaller role. Yeah, Elva's taken on more of a role recently. She's starting to get into a lot of places. Lady Kimmy has taken on a really big role in my roster. She has actually replaced Cardiel the most. Like in a 1-for-1 swap, I pulled Cardiel out and put in Lady Kimmy in Doom Tower. She's now my Doom Tower lead she's my number 1 Doom Tower lead. He used to be my number 1 Doom Tower lead. She doesn't get played as often anywhere else except 3v3 Arena. So it's 3v3 Arena, Doom Tower, and Faction Crypts for Lady Kimmy. But she's in all my Faction Crypts teams. I mean, she's everywhere. I'm sorry, not Faction Crypts. She's in every faction. She's in every faction champion. Yeah, she doesn't have one faction. She's Lady Kimmy. She does what she wants. No, she's in every Doom Tower team. And if I can't do a turn meter thing, then I have to get rid of her. But yeah, that speed aura is huge. And then the increased speed and the turn meter fill and the turn meter reduction and the decreased speed. It's crazy how good she is in wave content. It's crazy how good she is against the bosses. So Lady Kimmy has taken on a major role in my roster that used to be filled by Cardiel. Making some space here. Ascend a piece of gear one time. Okay, let's see if we can ascend a piece of gear that makes sense here. Oh, gotta go get some oil. I have to clear Curse City. Okay. I honestly don't know what would speed this up, but I guess Whatever. Who is the best support in Raid? Duchess. So this is interesting because I think if you take away the supports, right, you're only left with a few other champions that could really move into this like best champion in the game, right? You have a Crizia, Terrace, Ninja, maybe Newt. Who else would be there? Yeah, I don't even know. Well, that was faster. Let's see if we can maybe go up to stage. See if we can push a couple of stages. Call Red, your next poll would be Duchess. I hope so. Yeah, Sand Devil's he's a devil. I think part of my issue with Sand Devil's Necropolis is I can't care. I don't care enough. I've tried caring and I can't maintain it. Like I've tried enough to like, yeah, okay, I've got no, the next thing, but it's hard to care. Yeah, this isn't going to work. It's not a fun fight. I don't think this fight is particularly fun. It's mildly interesting. Like, it's hard to come up with new bosses where, it makes a lot of sense. And the fight is different and, challenging. And yet, you want to like change the value of different champions, make certain champions more valuable. So it's just like, okay, like I get that. It's not easy. Trying to make sleep viable is like, just let sleep not be viable or change the way sleep works. Like have sleep be a CC where everybody loses a turn, right? Even if they're hit, like have like a wake up mechanic where like once you're hit, you start to wake up and you miss your turn. So it's like a stun, but it's a stun that gets, broken by damage, but not for one turn, or have it go from a sleep to a fear. Like when you remove sleep, have it place a fear. So you have a 50% chance of it still ruining your turn. And not a, not the big fear, not a true fear, just a regular fear. Like that's fine. Have sleep. Like have you ever been woken up like by getting punched in the face? I guarantee you wake up afraid, right? Like you don't just wake up like, oh, I'm well rested, thank you. I'm just gonna go back to what I was doing. If you get woken up by a sword in your face, you're gonna have some fear to you. I guarantee it. So it feels like sleep is a mechanic that they could make work better. And, it's like, it's a little bit of an RPG holdover. Like, it's a role-playing game holdover. Like sleep is like a spell that gets applied, but gets broken by damage, but it lasts indefinitely or as long as it's channeled or something like that, like whether it's a D&D thing or just an RPG thing. It's like, so like there's a precedent for sleep being broken by damage, but the way this game works, sleep doesn't work. And so trying to force it to become a thing, like trying to force sleep into the game the way it is like, just fix sleep, get rid of this sleep mechanic. Like I don't really like it. I don't like it that much. I also don't like Bamboosa's passive, like with this whole sleep thing and Canelia. Like I'm not a big fan of that either. It's like, it's mildly interesting for a second. And then I'm just like, I could play without these champions or this boss. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll just avoid the whole thing. And like, maybe I shouldn't say that. Like as a content creator, I should be like, all right, I should take on this challenge and find out good solutions for people and try to coach everybody how to do this better so that they can succeed at the game. And no part of me as a gamer wants to do that. Like there's very little, I'm a stubborn guy typically when it comes to games. I'm a completionist and I'm like, But when somebody in the community discovers like a one champion solution for this, which there are several now, like that's what I want for this. I don't want anything else. I don't want to have to build a team and think about this fight. It's just not interesting enough. And I think part of it is the rewards. You know, part of it is that there's no compelling reason to come here. If you're end game, this is useful. Like one way you can get more power onto your roster, onto your account, is to grind Sand Devils and Phantom Shogun. I think the issue is the RNG on top of the RNG on top of the RNG is really super annoying. You already have the RNG, like you have multiple layers of RNG before you even get to this. So if you think about grinding gear, right? It's like you go into, let's say you're trying to get speed gear and you go into Dragon, and let's say you're clearing Dragon hard 10. You know, you have the RNG of what set's going to drop. Then you have the RNG of what piece is going to drop. Then you have the RNG of what stat is going to land on that piece. Then you have the RNG of the substats. Then you have the RNG of the substat rolls. Then you have the RNG of the ascensions, right? It's like you're 5 or 6 layers deep into RNG by the time you hit these oils. And I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed at this process. Like, more control is better for the players. First of all, reduce the number of, like, add 2 dungeons. Add 2 regular dungeons. Add 2 geared dungeons that have 25 stages and 10 hard mode stages. I'll give you, you know, the monsters you can use. Like, you don't even, it's not even hard to come up with good monsters. You know, like you could come up with good monsters pretty quickly. There are a ton, you know? So it's like, we've got a spider, we've got a dragon. Okay. You know, we've got a nice golem. Great. It's like, you could have a troll. We don't have a troll, you know, you could have, I don't know. I mean, there are almost too many to name, but it's like, you could have a tree ant kind of thing. You could have a vampire boss, you know, you could have a leech. You could have, think about all the bosses, you know, they're demons. Like, there are all sorts of bosses from other games. You could find 2 more bosses and reduce the number of sets that drop per dungeon. Like, take it down from 9 or whatever it is down to 6, you know, or 5. Reduce the RNG a little bit. Let people have a little bit more control over what sets they hunt. Right. And then, you know, give players some option with the whole ore thing. Give players an option of locking in some substats where you're like, I want to re-roll, but I don't want to re-roll this substat. You know, even if it's like kind of like a charm thingy. If you had to like grind another charm and then you use the charm and that locks a stat or a main stat, lock a main stat, but re-roll the substats, or lock the substats, but re-roll the main stat. Like, just a little bit of extra control to reduce the amount of RNG. And all of a sudden, this becomes a little bit more interesting. You know, but it's just, I'm like, whatever, you know. So 1 out of every 25 drops is the right drop for me in a dungeon. And then 1 out of every like 10 of those rolls the right way. And then 1 out of every 10 that rolls the right way rolls really well. And then 1 out of every 8 of those gets the right ascension on it. You know, it's like one every 4,000 pieces of gear that I see, I get 1 good ascension. It's absurd. Oh, I have to go ascend a piece of gear here. They should change sleep into a coma for 2 turns. The Treant would be great, right? I mean, Jay, you can think about it in a bunch of different ways, but I'm like, it's just not compelling content. It could be. I'm not saying it's awful. I don't think it's awful. It's pretty mediocre. And it could be better in a lot of ways. One of the things that I wish they would do with their dungeons is I wish they would vary up the mechanics a little bit. Other games sometimes do this. So like one of the things you could do is you could say, you know, like, okay, the stages get more difficult, but like at stage 10, there's a mechanic that gets added. And that's why you can get these additional oils. Do you know what I mean? Like there's a reason for it. So it's like, let's say prior to this thing, he doesn't do the sleep mechanic, you know, and then at stage 10, he does the sleep mechanic. And then at stage 20, there's a different mechanic, you know, so it's like you grow with it and you find like the extra layers to it. Or, you know, you can make variations on it. So it's like one of the things is like we have all these different affinities and it's just like the affinities rotate on these bosses. And it's the same with the dungeons, all the dungeons, you know, it's like the affinities just rotate. But what if the rewards were based on the affinities? Do you know what I mean? Like, what if magic affinity dropped rings, force affinity dropped amulets, spirit affinity dropped banners, and void affinity dropped all of them, but at a 1 star higher, you know, like, or like epic or legendary only or something. Do you know what I mean? Like, you could do some interesting things with these dungeons to give more control, to make it more compelling, and to like just make the experience better for the player. There are, and you don't even have to do that. I'm not even saying like that's the mechanic to go for. I'm just saying there doesn't seem to be a lot of effort to create variety in the content. You know, or at least not much variety that leads itself to anything except more money being spent. You know, like go get more shards. That's your solution. And, you know, Sintranos feels like that. Right. It's like, it's interesting. Sintranos is a better version of this. It's a way better version of this. You come in here and you're like, okay, first of all, cool map. There's a city here. That's kind of interesting. Let's talk about that. Like, what is that? That's a place for lore, right? There's a story going on here. We've got rotations like Doom Tower, so it changes up. So every season is a different season. You have different sections that have different things going on. You got these double bosses. The double bosses are going to change. That's actually kind of cool. I like that mechanic. I know people are like, you're reusing assets, but I'm okay with that. I'm not sure about the lore reason behind that. Like, why would all of these things all of a sudden like proliferate here? Whatever, but who cares? The restrictions are interesting to me. I'm not sure that the restrictions are in the right place just yet, but they're interesting to me because they make you rethink your team. You can't just get one team that you had in Doom Tower and run it here in Sintranos because you have the restrictions that make you find a different solution. So it's a reason to go back into the roster, to think creatively, to focus on the thing that I like best in the entire game, which is composition building, theory crafting. That's the thing I actually get up for the most. You know, and in ways that are like predictable. Like, let me understand this fight, you know, and then go. And it's like, okay, yeah, it's not super niche. It's not like, and it's like the rewards are substantial. There's the freedom to explore. It's just much more compelling content. And yet, you know, from a design standpoint, it's not particularly more innovative. It's just a better, you know, it's just done better. So it's like Sand Devils is like, there's nothing about this that's like, oh, this is awful. Like, he's a cool looking boss. And he's got some interesting skills. But I don't feel compelled by it. And again, there's the RNG issue that I already mentioned. But I also think it's just like there's no bigger picture. It feels really isolated. You're even in the corner of the map. You're like, okay, what is the Sand Devil? Why is he here? What does he do? Well, there was an open spot on the map and we wanted to put a new dungeon in. That's what it feels like. You know, like I don't even know about these first 4 dungeons, but they were the first 4 dungeons. They were exciting because they were new. It's like, well, now we've got 5 and 6. You know, Minotaur's not exciting either. You know, Iron Twins is also like, it was a little bit better than Sandals, but not much. Right? The potion keeps are not exciting at all and never have been. Right? Early on, you need to find a solution to like get a couple of extra levels to get through certain missions. But by the time you get them all the way maxed out, by the time you get to stage 20, you're probably just overpowering the dungeon. You don't need to bring in a specific team. You just have to have strong enough champions. You know, it's like, oh, well, you could use a heal reduction on this boss. Like, yeah, or you could just hit it hard enough it dies anyway. You know, it's like, that's the whole, it's like, whatever. It's like, I'm just going to wait until I get all 5-star gear and I'm going to bring in 2 nukers and I'm just going to crush her before she gets a chance to go. You know? It's like, that's where you eventually land with these fights. So I wouldn't mind seeing some effort put into making some of the fights more compelling and maybe incorporating the lore that they've put so much work into. I like the fact that they've focused a lot on the lore. But unfortunately, the integration of the lore is just like, just go to the champion and read at this point. You know, more cutscenes would be cool. Like, you know, more storyboarding would be cool. They create like this world that kind of invites you to want to examine it. And then they don't give you ways to indulge in that curiosity. Or at least they haven't so far. Maybe they never expected it to get to this place. You know, maybe they never expected it to be this successful and players to want to know that much about what's behind it. You know, but now we're there. Now we're there. And I'd like to see a little bit more. Let's see how we're doing on the main account. Did we get all the... I think we got everything done, right? Dailies, advanced. Did we get the Forge Pass done today? Don't forget your Forge Pass. We got the Forge Pass done. Did we get all the faction crypts done? Mostly. Mostly, not totally. Let's see about the main account. Did you get your Doom Tower done? I need to upgrade some artifacts. Let's go ahead and do that. One of my brand new Sacred Order rings on my main account. I need a Sacred Order Blood Shield ring on my NOOB vs Pro account so bad. All right. I need to use 3 glyphs. Who are we going to glyph today? Who still needs glyphs? There are certain champions I can't glyph, and I have to remember that because I don't want to change their speeds. All glyphed, all glyphed, all glyphed. Oh, there we go. Under Priest Brogny. I can't glyph him yet. All right, I will glyph Elenarl. She doesn't need glyphs either, but whatever. I'm not actually using her in anything. And did I do my Forge Pass? Let us see. Did I do the Forge Pass? I'm trying to do this right here. You're looking at the top of my head. I'm trying to do the Forge Pass. All right, so that's done. Do this. Oh, still have a bunch. Win 3 epic, legendary, or mythical artifacts from clearing the dungeons. Gotta do that. Okay. Check the Doom Tower. Oh, we've got keys. Yeah, did we stall out on this or did I just stop doing it? We got to use those keys. So this is what we're going to be running. That'll give me time to talk to everybody. Yeah, Picasso, with 15 factions now, and maybe you only get 1 or 2 rings per CVC. You know, maybe you don't even get 1. You know, so it's like you could lose and not get any rings, or you could lose and get 1 ring, but it's the wrong kind of ring, or you could lose and get 1 ring that's the right kind of ring, but it's already in a faction that you have. You know, so there's just so much. There's so much RNG in that as well, which is really frustrating. And you can't farm them anywhere. You can't, through effort, like farm them anywhere else. They just exist in this one place, which I think is. I thought about CVC before, and like I don't even know that the rings are like. When you think about it, when you take away the rings, CVCs don't have any rewards for winning. That's the only reward for winning. Like if it's not a personal week, right? If it's not a personal rewards week, the only reward for winning is the rings, because you can get all of your milestone participation rewards just for playing. Like as long as your clan puts in enough points, you just get those rewards. So the rings become, the initial like motivator, and you look at it and you're like, oh, we're losing, we're winning, we're losing, we're winning. What are we losing or winning? Well, a couple of rings. That's it. And they're not even that powerful. Like they're 5 stars most of the time. They're epics most of the time. Like they're not even good. They're not, it's like you have to get up several tiers before you start getting 6 stars and legendaries and stuff like that. So it's like the rewards are not commensurate with the amount of pain that you go through to pick them up. And then of course there's all the RNG. Now the personal rewards are much more substantial. And I get that that's more motivating. I don't like the way they do it. I think every single CVC should have personal rewards. I don't like the system of turning them on and off. I think that's a really bad idea. It just makes for bad mechanics. It makes for people doing a lot of weird, like just turn them on all the time. Just turn them on all the time. Have personal rewards every single week. That's it. That's your reward for winning. Now the rings are much less of a deal. In fact, take the rings off the bar. Put them into the personal reward chain. You win them in your personal rewards. Like just have that be where you get them, or if you want to give them to everybody, like whatever, that's fine. That's fine. Give them to everybody. But it's just like, make them a little bit better. Make it easier to get 6 stars. Make it easier to get more of them. Like double the number you give every week. Steve Markley says, Colred, I'm happy to be part of your team. Well, thank you. Goat. Which team? Which team? I'm happy to have you. I'm happy to have you, Stephen Markley. Happy you're part of the community. None your business says, make harder areas worth more. Don't make earlier ones harder. Yes, I agree. Unfortunately, SINTRANOS is far too resource heavy. Really like the content, but I'm not going to spend 100 million silver and potentially hundreds of gems on remastering and Awakening. Yeah, but they should remove that, right? They should remove that anyway. Like they should take away the penalties. You should be able to redo masteries on every champion for free, say every, I don't know, 24 hours, 48 hours. Make it a week. Make it a free reroll once a week. Server, the server week reset, and you get 1 free mastery reroll for every champion that week. Like, do that. Even make it once a month. Like, that would be so much better than making me spend 150 gems to reroll masteries. Screw you. I'm not doing it. All that does is force people to pick one optimal mastery setup and never experiment again. Like. And I think removing gear should be free. If you just did that, like fine, spending money to roll gear. All right, that's the biggest expense in the game. Spending money to roll gear. I guarantee you, if you double the amount of silver that you gave me, I would still use all my silver to re-roll gear. That's where I would spend the money all the time. There's almost no limit of silver that you could give me that would be enough. So just make it a little bit easier. Just let me remove gear for free. That's it. Just let me remove gear for free. You could even do a binding thing, which would be better than what we've got now. So like you could bind a piece of gear to a champion and you could remove bound gear for free, but you'd have to pay to put it on a new champion. That would even be better. I don't like it. I'm not saying that's a good system, but that would still be better than what we have right now. I've got a very itchy nose right now. You think Colred is saying if you're not endgame, why do you need Sand Devil? Not necessarily. I think though, as a way to give power to the items that you have, to like empower the items that are already good for you, the system shouldn't be so random. Right? In 2.5 years, I've rolled 5 quad rolls. Maybe 6. Right? Not quad speed rolls. I'm saying I've rolled a quad roll on 6 items of gear in 2.5 years. Why, when I ascend those, do I have to worry about the ascension not land? Is that what it's called? Ascension? I don't even know what it's called. You know, when I ascend it, why do I have to worry about it not being the right stat? That's stupid. You know what it should be? It should just give you more of the stat that's already on the thing. So if you have speed boots, it gives you speed. If you have attack percentage boots, it gives you attack percentage. If you have defense percentage boots, it gives you defense. If you have flat HP boots, you get flat HP. Like, just make it that. Just make it predictable. Why, you know, I've got 6 pieces of gear that are my best pieces of gear. Why do I have to be disappointed in that gear when they don't ascend the right way? And I'd be lucky if 1 out of the 6 ascends the right way. I'd be really lucky if that was true. It's just not cool. Yeah, demugglify me. I agree. Do I have old Hermit Jorg? I do. He's fantastic. Jay, I think that my clan has 1 or 2 more spots. I don't know about Sun's clan. Demugglify says, could I use Noct and 4 poisoners on the Sand Devil? I don't know. I mean, it depends how many hits to apply the poisons, right? James just cleared Doom Tower normal for the first time. Day 59. I don't think that's so bad. It's not bad at all. That's fantastic. That's really good. Congratulations. The good news is well, no, maybe the bad news is this is the easiest rotation to clear. The other 2 rotations are harder. That being said, 59 days is really nice. So yeah, so congrats. Yeah, shooter. Right? Drop rates in this game are stupid low. Stupid low. These channels and community have been insanely awesome. Made it to floor 90 last rotation. I think that the community is great. Not just our community. Our community is fantastic. The Colred Plays community has been amazing. But just in general, the raid community is really solid. I mean, when I think about my experience with League of Legends and how toxic that community was, you know, like that's a really toxic game. You know, now granted, it's live competitive PvP. Like that's the whole game. So obviously it's going to be more toxic than a solo player game. But like, the comments in the videos, the DMs that I get from people, like the interactions, every once in a while you'll just bother somebody. Like I say something that bothers somebody, and for whatever reason in that moment they feel the need to let me know that I messed up, and they'll kind of lash out a little bit, but it doesn't happen that often. And when it does, I have my own ways of dealing with it, so I don't think you want to get in front of a camera and be a content creator if you're too thin-skinned. I've never had a particular issue with taking things too personally for too long. Like I have a pretty healthy mindset about that. That being said, you want to take feedback. So constructive criticism is always welcome. But some people are just, I don't know, they had a bad day of work or something. And then I said something about their favorite champion being trash, and they light me up. But that is by far the exception. That is not the rule. That is not the typical experience. Usually people just say, hey, thanks. I loved your video. It was so helpful. I mean, my favorite response, this is always my favorite response. And I'm not trying to tell anybody to do this because it has to happen organically. But what I love is I put out a guide video on a fight, and I get a comment that was like, thank you for the video. I just cleared this fight for the first time ever. That's my favorite comment of all the things that I get comments on. And I like all the comments. I read all the comments. I like all the positive comments. I like all the positivity, people who like the channel, people who say thank you, people who give me information, give me feedback, who answer the questions that I ask for in the comments. I love all of that stuff. But the one that actually warms my heart the most is when somebody's like, I've been struggling with this for 3 months. I watched your video and I solved it in an hour. That's my favorite response. That's what I'm shooting for. That's the reason that I make content, is for that response. So, if you've ever had that experience, that is the best situation. And people do that. That's the great thing about the community, is when they feel like you've helped them, they acknowledge you. Okay, now I have to upgrade boots to level 8. Let's upgrade some boots. Win 3 classic arena battles using at least one force champion. That shouldn't be too tricky. Which force champion do we use? Well, we pull out Cardiel, and I think we put in... We'll put in Nishak. Some guy was telling me I'm too poor to afford Xena. Like, yeah, okay. You get exceptions. Every once in a while, there's somebody who does something. And there are probably areas of the community that are more toxic than the area that we deal with, which is like the free to play and low spenders, like the people who are just enjoying the game and whatever. And like, it doesn't even matter if you're a spender. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if you appreciate the game as a free-to-play player, or you appreciate that other people appreciate the game as a free-to-play player, you're not too caught up in the ego of it, right? You're not like, you don't wail out because wailing out makes you feel like you're better than somebody else. There are players who obviously do that. And I'm not just saying in just this game, and I'm not saying that's the reason for wailing out. What I'm saying is there is a certain contingent of whales who do it to get over on the other whales. Right. And when I make a video about a fusion champion, when I do a fusion champion review, and I say that this is a great progression champion, and as a result, I'm going to recommend them. Those are the people who come in the comments and say, this is a trash champion and nobody should go for it. It's like, I just did a 30-minute video proving that he's not a trash champion. And I gave a bunch of reasons why, and they're all valid, by the way. It's like, you don't have to agree with me. I'm not saying that you have to agree with me, but if you're like, nobody should go for this champion, he's total trash. That's somebody who's got, who's got a bone to pick about something, you know, and those people probably are wrapped up in the very, very best of the best of the best and being the best of the best of the best. It's like, I like just solving the puzzles. I'm just here for the fun, man. I'm not trying to get aggro with anybody. I'm just trying to enjoy myself. All right, I need one more battle. Got to win the speed race. All right, got my Forge Pass done on the main account. Let's see if I do all of my Doom Tower stuff. I think I did. I did. Did I do all of my faction crypts? I did. Did I do all of SINTRANOS? I did not. I still have 4 keys to go in SINTRANOS. All right, let's use up some of those keys there. All right. Bagpost Cat says, you did that for me with the Blood Shield ring. That's great. That's great. I got a lot of people with that one. I was a little bit surprised. Honestly, when I put that video out, I was like, this might feel like too simple a solution. Like, it doesn't require any champion. It's literally get a Blood Shield ring. It's like, that's the strategy. It sounds kind of stupid, but it works perfectly. You know, there are like 50% of the champions of the game can be played against the Scarab boss with a Blood Shield ring. So it's like, just find a good combo of your champions and do it. And I got all these comments were like, oh my God, that was easy. That was the best video ever. I'm like, really? It's like, that's great. That's wonderful. I'm glad that I didn't listen to my hesitation about it and that I mentioned the strategy and that people went and were like, oh yeah, I have a Blood Shield ring. I could just put that on, and that they solved the problem. That's exactly what, you know, I was hoping for. Did you already tell people how to best spend their free reroll ashes? No, I haven't even looked at the ashes. I don't know what the best way to spend their ashes is, and I wouldn't suggest anything to anybody without doing some research. So, Colruyt helped me with Bommel. That's fantastic. Bommel's a good one too. Massey says, during your live streams, you give so much small information pieces that help so much in the puzzle. Love to have the stream open and just grind my accounts on PC. Yeah, that is one of the things that I think about in terms of the live stream. Like, there's a lot of sort of, I wouldn't call them throwaway pieces of advice, but they're like little pieces of advice that sometimes fit into the larger scheme of things, or maybe aren't worth a video on their own. Or sometimes I do mention them in videos, but I don't emphasize them. I don't spend much time on them because that's not the focus of that video. And so people don't pick it up from the video. But then in the live streams, we get opportunities to like actually show it, to do it, to focus on some other stuff. And there's a lot in this game. There's just a lot in this game. And just in the chat, like right now, just watching the chat for the last hour, you know, there's tons of little pieces of information in the chat as well. So if you come to a live stream and you're, you know, playing your game and watching the live stream, chances are you're going to pick up some stuff. Shooter says, do not spend it on one piece re-rolling over and over. The cost increases with each try. Also use it on speed boots in the speed set, or on crit damage gloves or attack percentage chest boots in the savage cool set. Yeah, usually that's where you want to focus in terms of the highest value pieces. Only use it on 6-star. Yes. Bagpuss, no, it was perfect. It was brilliant. Yeah, it's I'll be honest, that wasn't the first solution that I came upon personally in trying Scarab. I struggled with Scarab for a little bit on my main account. And I never watched a video on anybody saying anything about Blood Shield rings. I never heard that that was a strategy. I was just looking for shields. I was literally looking for shields. And I had these rings, and I didn't use them that much because the shield you get is 5% of the damage you deal, which is tiny, especially on support champions. So I only used them if they had good stats. And so I just had them sitting around, and I was like, I wonder if this works. Like, it's a shield you get after you hit, so technically you don't have the shield when you hit, but maybe it'll be enough to last or what. I like tried it out of desperation, I think. I was just frustrated that my solution wasn't better. And it worked instantly. And I was like, why is this not this should be the #1 strategy. Why is this not everywhere? You know, but maybe it was. Maybe I just didn't hear about it. And then it was like, you know, oh, everybody knows that, so we don't do any more videos on it. But like, it literally, the solution to Scarab isn't a champion. It's a piece of gear. It's not a gear set. It's not even like get Savage or get Perception or get, you know, Hex or get, you know, Provoke. It's a single item that you kind of get randomly and don't think about. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get through any Sintranos levels here. Thank you, Markley. Just got past 98 hard Doom Tower ads. Congrats. The floors up there can get tricky. Dark the Enigma. So, which video you mentioned is about Faction Wars? It's probably from like September, and it says Faction Wars right on it. I don't know, but it's a good one. Let me see if I can find it. I also love my Madame Sarah's free shield every turn. Yeah, those were the champions that you could do. You could do like Vergis, right? There was, what's the guy from the Bannerlords legendary that does it? He gets a shield on his A1. You could use Lanatharil from the High Elves faction. Yeah, Simeon, I know that the rings came out after, but I think they were already out when I was trying to solve Doom Tower. I didn't even go into Doom Tower for like the first 3 months that it was there. I didn't even look at it. In fact, it launched, I think, when I wasn't playing, and I came back and I didn't look at it for a couple of months. It took me a long time to get into Doom Tower because I played other games with Doom Tower, so I'm just like, I don't know if I want that commitment for this game right now. And then when I eventually figured out I did, I was like, oh, this is actually kind of cool content. And I actually really enjoyed Doom Tower. It's one of the places I enjoyed the most on the NOOB vs PRO account. It's one of the pieces of content I've really enjoyed on this account. Yes, I'm not clearing any stages in Sintranos, I guess. Yeah, well, 4 keys wasted. So let me see. What's the video? So
is it the one about nobody talks about this for Faction Wars? Because I've already posted that one.
Yeah. No one talks about this. Do this now. Best strat for Faction Crypts. So August 29th, almost September, August 29th. And then I did another one on September 29th, exactly a month later. And then I did one on August 13th. So there are three older videos about Faction Crypts. Actually, let me there you go. There's a link. If it works. Sashiro says, it's funny seeing the difference between endgame accounts and mine. I love Owls, so I got Gwen the Silent. And they say she is mid, but her Relentless is so good. Her in Relentless is so good. Her A1 debuff extender is bonkers. I don't know that anybody is saying Gwendolyn is... Do you mean mid by like mid-game? Or do you mean mid by like not that great? I think the consensus right now is that Gwendolyn is a very strong addition to... Ooh. There's a Newt Perfect Soul. There's a Georgian Perfect Soul. Dinky. Welcome, Dinky. Kieran Brown. Why are these going off now? Alex became... These are all of our members. Is it just running through the members for some reason? Son, did you do something?
No, I didn't realize I was muted. I was trying to tell you this whole time. They've been going for like 3 minutes.
Really?
I think you might have a hotkey that redid, like maybe hit the notifications.
I didn't even hit my keyboard.
When you sent the link, maybe?
Maybe when I sent the link, it did that. That's interesting.
Oh, it's done. So another shout out for everybody. All right.
All right. I was like, the first one I was like, hey, Dinky. Random. And I was like, I thought Dinky was a member. And then it was like, Alex. I'm like, no, these are already our members. We love our members. They're very excellent people. We're focused. We've been brainstorming things about the membership area of the Discord. So right now, there is currently a poll going on for the week where you can suggest a video, and then basically it's not suggestion. It's stronger than a suggestion. You get to determine a video that I'm going to do next week. So there are a few more days of that being up, and you can kind of vote on the different suggestions, and then I'm going to do that video. Come hell or high water, I'm going to do that video. So that's at least one additional thing we're doing in the member area in the Discord. And we got a few other new things planned to make that just a little bit more robust. We want to make sure people are getting value for their memberships. What was I looking for? What were we just talking about? We were talking about Owls, Gwendolyn. That's what we were talking about. Oh, but I wanted to get this Georgian Perfect Soul. That's exciting. That's very exciting. Let's go put that on him. I'm pretty sure that I should be putting Soul Reap on him. I can't imagine that I would put anything other than Soul Reap on him, right? I'm not doing Brimstone or Polymorph. I mean, Cruelty, I guess. No, not Cruelty. Crushing Rend would be the other one. But he already ignores defense. So there's like, he's got a chance to ignore 100% defense. Why would you put this on him, right? I think it's gotta be Soul Reap. Hey, Dark, that's what it is. It's the re-up for the new month. It's a new month. So everybody got their renewals. That's what it was. And look, we got the new badges. Everybody's got their gold badges. That's awesome. Dinky and Dark and Steven all got their new badges. Very cool. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sweet.
I thought that they would renew a month from the date. Yeah, okay.
You don't. It's not a month from the date. Is it like? No, it should be a month from the date.
I thought it renewed every, like a month from when the person, became a member.
That's what I would think it does.
Those all came in over. Yeah, those all came in over different days. It went through like 10 plus people.
Let me check. No, December 4th. Everybody signed up on December 4th. We got 13 people on December 4th. Yeah.
Oh, that must have been the first day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool. I'm excited to see the little gold badges. That's really cool. We get upgrades from the black and white. Tom is right there like, I still got my old badge. Yours didn't change because you signed up later. So a month after your membership, right? A month after signing up, you'll get your second month. And then in your second month, you get the upgraded badge. And then in the third month, well, it's like 1, 2, 3, and 6, I think, right? All the badges.
Yeah, I'll have to double check again.
Yeah, so you get a purple badge at 3 months, and then at 6 months you get the Cold Red Plays official logo. That's pretty cool. I'm excited. All right, so yeah, I'm definitely doing Soul Reap. I can't imagine we're doing anything else. Where's Shooter when I need him? Shooter, you out there?
Yeah, the badges go after 1 month. You get like a gold. For 2 months, you get like a cool purple prismatic, and after 6 months, you get the actual Cold Red Plays logo.
Yeah. Sashir, it's Phantom Touch is so I don't think I don't want to necessarily change it because I want to change later, but so you're saying Phantom Touch in terms of the 15% chance of inflicting bonus damage, but Soul Reap just means that you only need to get to 4% HP and then the Reaper comes and kills them. So for an arena nuker, right? You now don't have to get them to 0. You can just get them to anything below 4%, and that should work. Now, there are some ways to like avoid the Reaper, apparently. I don't really know all the mechanics for that yet. Haven't looked into it too much. But there are some champions that can ignore the Reaper. I don't know if it's like block damage or, if it's like an unkillable that comes in or something, probably. But yeah, so, and then plus, obviously here we're going to get attack on 2-star. We're going to get the crit damage on the 4-star. The threshold goes up at 1, 3, and 5, and 6. When you have a 6-star on Soul Reap, it's insane. This also works against bosses, I think, doesn't it? So I think you can kill like Spider Boss with the Reaper and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't actually have. I think my only other champion who I run Soul Reap on is Wukong. I don't think I run anybody else in Soul Reap. So I may have to consider doing that for some other champions. But yeah, let's go ahead and do that. That's exciting. I want to take him to Arena right now. I need to set up a new Arena team. Barry Strong, welcome to Barbarian. Okay, so here's the question, Barry. Was Barry a new Barbarian? That what's going on right now? Yes, so that's not a repeat, right? Barry's got this over. Barry Strong, welcome.
Yep.
Welcome to Cold Red Plays. Thank you for joining. That's fantastic. And thank you, everybody who has signed up before for their renewal this month. That's also awesome. We've got a bit of a barbarian horde growing, which we definitely appreciate. Just new. All right. To be honest, 4% is kind of meh. 4% is better than nothing. It means you win some that you would lose. That's basically all it is. You know, how often is not very often. Okay, how many days do I have to get to gold 5? 3 days and 7 hours. Okay, so I'm going to get to gold 5. Ooh, let's take on this one. Let's try this. It's going to be a shield, right? No, we got a... whatchamacallit. Oh, she's got strengthen. Wait, I thought he ignored strengthen. I think he does ignore strengthen. That was brutal, actually. I kind of wanted to play that in slow motion. I wish you could go back and have replays. that was brutal. 221k and just got crushed. I don't think they even took a turn. Let's check out some more arena. George, it is fun, folks. If you can get yourself one, you want it. I mean, who doesn't? Everybody went for it. Neo missed his Georgid and hit his Yumiko. I think that's a win in my book.
I'd take it.
Yeah. Let's see if this is a stone skin. It's not a stone skin. Just crushing. Crushing it. And Wukong hits decently hard, so... This is an interesting team. Double Candrafon. All right, I'm within 100 points. So maybe by the end of tonight. Get that live arena going. Now, this is the live arena I want to avoid. The one right after server reset. That's the one you don't want to play in. I got to remind myself that sometimes because I'm like, ooh, live arena, I've got more tokens. I'm like, no, that's the one you got to stay away from. That's the one you got to avoid. Let's take on this first boss. Let's see how we do here. Now, I've got 2 provoke champions. This took a while on the last version of this champion. So I've got 2 provokes. You don't want HP burns. And I think that's it, really, right? Like, you need cleanses and heals and stuff. You can't slow him. But I think you can decrease attack him. You know, so it's like, do I use this? Do I use this? I feel like I should bring in her and maybe I almost want to do this. That might be too much though. Maybe I should do Deacon Rekeeper instead. And then Wukong. Let's try it. I don't know. See, there's the Reaper just went off. I wonder, maybe I should move my Genbo over. I mean, the problem with Genbo is like he ignores unkillable, but the Reaper doesn't, right? So it's like if you get to the threshold, but you're not ignoring unkillable, then the Reaper hits and then doesn't ignore the unkillable. So I don't know if I should swap my Genbo over to Soul Reap. I feel like I don't know if he's in Cruelty or whatever. I don't know what he's running. Actually. Let me check. I can look. Genbo. I have him 3 stars and Crushing Rent. So he ignores very little. But someday he'll get to 4 stars, so he'll get 20% crit damage. And then someday he'll get to 6 stars. Maybe he'll get to 6 stars. I have seen my 6-star Cardiel Soul 3 times in like the past 2 months. And I am still, I want to say like 70 essences away, something like that. I'm 51 essences away right now. And I saw him 3 times. And I'm like, they're not going to show it to me again. Right now I got a 4-star Deacon here and I can't get him because I don't have the essences. Got to start running that Iron Twins. I didn't run my Iron Twins for a couple of months after I broke my team. But now I got them running again with help from Bronco and Shooter. All right, so she's dead. That's not great. But I don't think it's going to matter because, honestly, I think Burn Geary can probably solo this guy. I'd prefer he not because it takes forever. But I think I would need to do a video on this, son. Like, I built Burn Geary for Bommel. And he can solo Bommel. He can also solo Scarab, right. And he can solo this guy. So he can solo at least 3. And I think he can solo. I think he can solo Agrith. The poisons can be an issue, but I think he can solo Agrith. So it's like 1 champion, 4 bosses, at least 3 bosses. He might even be able. He might be able to solo more. I don't know. I don't know who else he could solo. He can't solo. He can't solo the Frost Spider because no HP burn, no block revive. Can't solo Magma Dragon, or not Magma Dragon. Can't solo Eternal Dragon. I don't think because the heals would just come through. I wonder if he could solo Griffin. That'd be interesting. Probably not. Griffin would probably ramp up beyond the ability of a solo champion to kill it. But I don't know, maybe. But this solution's working fine. Still correct decision to go Reaper. Yeah, I think so too. But thanks for the confirmation. I appreciate it. How did everyone do in the CVC? I eked out 2 wins. Really, by the skin of my teeth. My clans were fighting all the way. Actually, that's not true. The NOOB versus Pro clan crushed, but we were trying to get 4 rings instead of 3, and we just barely did it. And then my other clan literally won after the bell, like last second shot, ball in the air. We didn't have the score, but they were still counting scores, and they counted scores, and we won by like 1,000 points or something. I don't know, 3,000 points. A lot of people did pretty well on their CVCs. Got your Gembo and Soul Reap? Yeah. How much does a 6-star cost? It costs 300 of the larger essences for a legendary. Yeah, if you're trying to get Blizzard at 6 stars, it's going to be 300 of the greater essences. That's a lot of energy they gave me. Holy cow. I have to go use that now. Yeah, give me just a sec to get this stuff off the board. But yeah, so if you go in here, so these Eternal Soul Essences, right? Those right there. You need 300 of them just to go from 5-star to 6-star. Yeah. Now, I think the first... I think the first 4 stars take the Immortal Soul Essences. And the 5th and 6th star take the Eternal Soul Essences. I think that's what it is. Now I've got all this energy I got to go burn. What am I doing right now? I think I'm done with Minotaur here on this account for the most part. Yes. I think I was just doing just grinding 6 stars. I think I was just in campaign. I think that's what we've been doing. Getting some of our new epics up to 40 so we can progress in faction crypts. And I'm excited about Kinagashi. I pulled a Kinagashi on this account. And she's like low-key one of my favorite like under the radar epics that I think she's gotten a little bit of love, just a little bit for faction crypts, but I actually think she's usable in a lot of cases. And I want to build her and put her in a Fire Knight team. I want to use her in a couple of different places. I want to use her in a Fire Knight team. I want to use her in a couple of Doom Tower fights. So if you don't know Kinagashi, I'll show you. Here she is. Pretty cool looking. Yeah. She's got smiling faces on the front, demon faces on the back. All right. So her A1 attacks twice. Each hit has a 40% chance of decreasing the target's turn meter by 10%. So 64% of the time you'll land at least a 10% turn meter decrease. The A2 is an ally attack. Now it only brings in 1 champion, but it fills the turn meter of all allies by 15%. And then remember that she hits twice and decreases turn meter. So she's going to attack and hit twice. So if you're bringing somebody else who hits at least once or twice, and you've got some turn meter decreasers, let's say you've got a Vizix, let's say you've got an Allure, maybe you have a Newt. And then she's got a decent single target revive, which hopefully you'll never have to use. But there was that stretch over Halloween, I think it was, where we were getting all of the faction specific tournaments. It was like Demon Spawn. It was all of the Halloween factions. It was Demon Spawn, Undead, Hordes, Dark Elves, and Knights Revenant. Like each of those did a different dungeon. I forget which was which. But somewhere in the mix, we had a Shadowkin only something or other. And I think it was Fire Knight. It might have been Fire Knight, or it might have been something else. This was not during Halloween, but Shadowkin, it was like Arena. No. That was recently. This was before Halloween. This was several months ago. So at some point we had Shadowkin I think it was Fire Knight or it was Spider or something. I think it was Fire Knight. And it was like the first time I had done one of those. The first time I had tried one. And I actually did okay. And I'm pretty sure it was Fire Knight. And I used... Yeah. Yeah, it was Fire Knight. And I remember the team. I think it was Hitatsu. So I think it was Hitatsu, Fenshi. It was Hitatsu, Fenshi, Kinagashi, Genbo, and Life Taker. It was this rare. She's got a double hitter here. She's got a triple hitter here. And this can also decrease turn meter and has a decreased speed. So she was actually kind of my MVP of the team. And the only sustain really was from the leech here. And then he has some continuous heals here on the increased defense. So this was to get through the waves, because getting through the waves wasn't easy. Because Fenshi's single target attack, Kinagashi's single target attack, Hitatsu's got one AoE with a decreased attack. Life Taker is all solo attack. So Genbo was like my wave clearer. And Genbo's not really, like, he's good. He can clear waves. I mean, he's an arena nuker. He's built for it. But he's not really set up to clear multiple waves. Do you know what I mean? Like, he doesn't necessarily come back around to that damage a lot. He's only got one AoE. So it was a little bit of work getting through the boss. But when I got to the boss, it worked great because Genbo's got a double hitter on his A1. So we had two there. We had two from Kinagashi. We had two from, I keep looking at Sachi. We had two from Life Taker, although she had a triple hitter on her A2. So that was all two hits. And then Fenshi has a triple hitter on his A1 with a decreased speed. He also has turn meter decrease on his triple hitter on his A2. I think I turned off his A3 because you don't care about the poisons. Although I guess you could ignore defense, but I still think I turned it off. And like I crushed it all the way up. I want to say I got to stage 20 with it. And the crazy thing about it, nah, it couldn't have been. It was like stage 16, maybe. I think it was stage 16. Whatever. The crazy thing about it is I had one 6-star. Hitatsu was 50, Fenshi was 50, Kinagashi was 50, and Life Taker was 50. And the only 6-star was Genbo. And I was able to do it anyway. And I was just like, and I won my tournament. I won the whole tournament, you know? And I was like, man, that was awesome. That was really fun. And I don't think that's true every time, because the ones we did over Halloween, some of them were okay, but in a lot of cases, it's just a hassle. Especially the thing I didn't like about the Halloween one was that, what was the big thing that was going on at that point? It was something about was it the Timid fusion? And you had to do them for the fusion or something. Or it was the Halloween event, like the masquerade thing that they were doing. It was something like that you had to do them for. And so a lot of people, like, we did videos on just how to put together a team where you could clear stage 3. Like, just clear stage 3, and then you can grind out the points. And so I thought those videos were useful for the community, but it was like those weren't particularly fun and they weren't very friendly. But this one, like, just on a random Wednesday, you know, I looked at this and I was like, oh, I can do this. I think that would be kind of a good challenge. And I went after it and I won the whole thing, and it was really fun. But one of the reasons was Kinagashi, because her ally attack guaranteed me at least a 4-hitter, sometimes a 5-hitter, because she would hit twice and whoever she brought would hit twice. So it was a guaranteed 4-hit. And then she was bringing turn meter decrease. Fenshi was bringing turn meter decrease. I think Life Taker was bringing turn meter decrease. Yeah, I got the slows out there. I think the boss got one turn, and Hitatsu got us back. You know, had the increased defense up, the continuous heals, like almost died and didn't die. And that's the way, like, it worked every time. It was like not 100%, it was like 95%. Worked great. And so ever since, I've just been like, I think Kinagashi's really nice. I think she's really nice. Really simple kit, but you know how I feel about ally attacks. I love ally attacks. All right, we got to go fishing for mystery shards. But yeah, anybody else who use Kinagashi? Anybody have her at 6 stars and use her anywhere? Anybody use her as a Fire Knight solution? Or is she just basically a Faction Wars champ for everybody? I'm assuming she's a Faction Wars champ for most players. She's great in Faction Wars. You definitely want her. She's the only she's the only viable reviver in the faction. D-Muggle5, you said you 6-starred Kinagashi and not today. That's interesting. So just getting your revivers for your faction crypts. Good for you. So you're still talking about Gwendolyn. I've never gotten around to talking about Gwendolyn. Sorry about that, buddy. For whatever reason, I keep getting distracted by everything else. I'll talk about Gwendolyn at some point. Fenshi is a great Fire Knight champ. Also, just a champ I want to run. I 6-starred my Fenshi recently, I think. And he's already booked out, so I just got to get his masteries, and then I'm going to do a video on Fenshi. Yeah, Sashir, Life Taker is low key a really good rare for Fire Knight specifically. I still have mine at 50, and she works in my faction crypts every once in a while. She is squishy. Can use Life Taker and Hydra. Life Taker and Hydra. Let's go look at that kit one more time because it didn't even occur to me. Maybe it's occurred to me in the past, but I don't. It's not sparking my memory. For the reflect damage, make her a mischief tank, maybe. Right, because she's got a veil and a reflect damage buff so you can kind of, maybe put her in a bloodstone ring and like you could be like, all right, this is going to be my mischief tank, but she's not tanky, right? She's an attack-based champion. She's got very little defense, not a lot of HP. I mean, the decreased speed is nice, but it's single target. Were you talking about somebody else? Were you talking about Gwendolyn? Maybe you weren't talking about Life Taker. What was it? No, I think you can use Life Taker and Hydra. I'd be surprised. Not that you can't. Not that you can't, but I don't think I would use her there. If I were going to use, I'd use her in the Spirit Potion Keep, right? She's strong affinity. She's got a heal reduction. She's got turn meter and a decreased speed. Like, she's perfect for that Potion Keep. So if you're in the early or mid game and you need a little bit more consistency with your, Spirit affinity Potion Keep, you could throw her in there, and you could probably do that at 5 stars. You just need to build her fast enough, and maybe with like Lifesteal or something, or Bloodthirst. Yeah. Can Mischief target her with Veil? That's a good question. You're right. No, probably not. Probably not. Finally beat Doom Tower normal. That is fantastic. That is a nice accomplishment, beating Doom Tower normal. And it feels really good. First of all, there's a whole bunch about this. Do not think that this is a small accomplishment. This is significant for several reasons. And I'll tell you why. So the first thing is, every month that you can clear Doom Tower normal, you get, I think, is it 2? You get 2 void shards. Right? So you've got 2 void shards. Maybe it's 3. But so that's a great consistent source of void shards. You get 120 rewards. Now, some of them are glyphs, some of them are, charms, some of them are silver, not a lot of silver, but you get energy. You get books, right? You can get some tomes in here, and then you get the shards. And then you've got the secret rooms, right? And this first the secret rooms champion, the very first champion that you get is, let's go ahead and crush this one. If we can. The very first one you get is Archmage Helmet, who is a legitimately good champion for a lot of content, including Clan Boss. You can use him. There are a couple of speed tunes with him as a component, like a key component. He brings increased crit damage. He brings, increased speed, increased crit damage. Yeah, let's look at him. Increased speed, increased crit rate, and increased crit damage. So that's a really nice buff, right? And because it's not a hit, you don't have to worry about it weak hitting or anything like that. It's not a hit. It's on a 3-turn cooldown. So you can use this like as a speed boost without a turn meter fill. So it makes for a nice predictable rotation. You can use him in Clan Boss. He's going to help everybody do extra damage. You can build everybody at 70% crit rate. He's got this AoE stun. It like hits one enemy and then hits everybody else. So it doesn't hit the target twice. So it's not going to stun your target. But yeah, so it can be mostly an AoE stun. He gets additional turn meter. He's immune to turn meter decreasing effects. He can be used in arena. He's got an arena aura of 17%. Can use him in wave content. Really nice champion. I think when I first got him, I was a little bit underwhelmed. I was like, this guy is not as good as everybody's been talking him up. But as a free-to-play player, especially like if you clear, your first Doom Tower, let's say, we had somebody at 59 days was clearing it. So it's like, that means realistically, you've probably been clearing a few secret rooms in the first 2 rotations. So potentially you can get this, safe on your 5th rotation, maybe, or 6th rotation. I think I'm going to get him. Where am I? I'm at 45. So I think I have to clear out all of I haven't done any rooms in this rotation, but I can do most of them. So that was my first or second room. Yeah. So I still have 2. Oh, I've done more than I thought. 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So did I only do 2? I did 3. I did 3. So I can't clear all the other 9, but maybe I can clear like 5 or 6 of them. So I'm going to pick up, call it 15 more. That'll put me at 60. That means next rotation I could potentially get him, especially if I do a little bit better in this rotation. So, you're talking about getting him before you're getting your Scylla the Drakes. And then you pair him up with a champion like Scylla the Drakes. They work really well together in Doom Tower and places like that. So he's a cool champion to have on the roster. That AoE stun gets you through a lot of tricky places. Yeah. So, the resources, the free champions, you can also use them. You can hold on to them. You can put the fragments in the portal and just hold on to them and use them for champion chases during fusions. So it's going to help you like do better during fusions or CVCs. Yeah, it's just so satisfying to get through all of those. Plus, you start getting the good materials as you get up into the higher level of normal Doom Tower. So, your forge is going to be more effective. You're going to get gear there. Doom Tower is such a good place to like focus on. So yeah, if you were asking me how many days I'm in 137. Yeah. So let's see, what are we? 43 days. 43 days from Marcelo the Drakes. Son's going to be so happy when he gets his hill. This is such a good champion.
I am. I'm going to be ready.
She's going to do work for you, man. She's going to do work for you. But okay. So yeah, it's 7:40. I got to go have dinner with my wife. So thanks for hanging out, everybody. Just in case you watch the video and you're worried about Noob versus Pro, we are doing one more Noob versus Pro live stream this Sunday. After that, our Sundays will change. We have some ideas. We're definitely going to keep the streams as interesting and engaging as possible. So we enjoy everybody coming out and talking to us and doing that kind of stuff. So we want to be interactive. The Takeover Tuesdays are not interactive, right? Takeover Tuesdays are me taking over people's accounts, so I can't really watch the chat that much. But, you know, Thursdays and Sundays will be fairly interactive. And we have some exciting thoughts about Sunday, so we're still formulating. The clans are not ending. In fact, we're going to be expanding on the clans, but the clans are still going to be active. I'm still playing this account. You can see I played it all day today. I am just freed up from the need to play it every moment of every day, you know, so that helps. So like if I miss out on some login rewards or something, whatever, if I can't log in for a day, I don't have to stress about it, which is nice because it's been hard for me. It's been difficult playing 2 accounts full time. But I'm still going to use it for content. We've got a great roster here. I've got Georgid. He's so much fun. You know, I've got Raka. I've never had Raka on any other account. You know, I've got Roxum. I don't have him on any other account. I'm probably going to build my Prundar, who I've never built on any other account. You know, so there's all sorts of different things I could do with this that are relatively low impact for me. That'll be fun to mess around with and play around with. So I'll continue playing this regularly, so you don't have to worry about that. And we'll occasionally give you updates. Like Noob versus Pro isn't totally dead. It's just it's moving into a different stage of existence here. Yeah, but so if you saw that, you know, Sun did a great job. He won the contest, and now we're gonna put it to bed and move on. But we are gonna celebrate it on Sunday. So Sunday at 11 a.m. That's our 11 a.m. Eastern time. That's our live stream. So come join us for the last Noob versus Pro if you can, or if not, you know, you can find it in the playlist on the channel. And yeah, and in the meantime, thanks for joining the community. If you joined today, thanks to all our new members. That's really exciting. Our Barbarian Horde is growing. Come ask for help in the Discord. We love to give roster help over there and just hang out. People are live streaming all the time, talking raid, theory crafting together. It's really fun. All right, that is it for me. Son, do you want to say goodbye to the people?
Have a good night, everybody.
Have a good night, everybody. We will see you soon. Thanks so much.